Hey girl, open the walls, play with your dolls. We'll be a perfect family. When you walk away, it's when we really play. You don't hear me when I say, Mom, please wake up. Dad's with a slut, and your son is smoking cannabis. No one ever listens, it's wallpaper glistens. Don't let them see what goes down in the kitchen. Places, get in your places. Throw on your dress and put on your doll faces. Everyone thinks that we're perfect. Please don't let them look through the curtains. Picture, smile for the picture. Pose with your brother, won't you be a good sister? Everyone thinks that we're perfect. Please don't let them look through the curtains. COLLHOUSE. I see things that nobody else sees. COLLHOUSE. I see things that nobody else sees. Hey girl, look at my mom. She's got it going on. Ha! You're blinded by her jewelry. When you turn your back, she pulls out a flask and forgets his infidelity. Oh, she's coming to the attic. Plastic, go back to being plastic. No one ever listens, this wallpaper glistens. One day they'll see what goes down in the kitchen. Places, get in your places. Throw on your dress and put on your doll faces. Everyone thinks that we're perfect. Please don't let them look through the curtains. Picture, smile for the picture. Pose with your brother, won't you be a good sister? Everyone thinks that we're perfect. Please don't let them look through the curtains. COLLHOUSE. I see things that nobody else sees. COLLHOUSE. I see things that nobody else sees. Hey girl, hey girl, open your walls, play with your dolls. We'll be a perfect family. Places, get in your places. Throw on your dress and put on your doll faces. Everyone thinks that we're perfect. Please don't let them look through the curtains. Picture, smile for the picture. Pose with your brother, won't you be a good sister? Everyone thinks that we're perfect. Please don't let them look through the curtains. COLLHOUSE. I see things that nobody else sees. COLLHOUSE. I see things that nobody else sees.
Woohoo. Oh, get off my screen, Gyp. No. How is everybody doing this evening? What is today? Today is August the 4th. Lordy, have mercy. This month is already going by fast. All right, let's see. Rose P, Golden Brown, Gemini Sun. Hello. Jenny Light. Coker lover. Is that it? Are you a coker lover? Hello, LM Dragon. What dragon are you feeding there? The Dank Harley Quinn. Teacher Mom. Thank you, Teacher Mom. That means a lot. Thank you very much. I'm glad you're here. Even if it's for a moment, I'm very glad to see you. All right, somebody tell me if my mic is okay. If it's too loud, if it's not, let me know. Hello, Mama Bear, Gracie. Pink Sands, hello. Rachel Marie. After Morbid's like, yeah, last night was something else, wasn't it? Wonder Woman, Daisy Dead. Alrighty then. Shout out to the Wambulance for all their hard work. I appreciate you guys. You know who you are. Emma, what's up? I think I saw Nicole earlier. Where'd you go, Nicole? Bonnie, Jessie Ray, Honey Milk, Noel, hello. Hot Mess in the City. Good to see you. Who else? Did I cover it pretty much? Yes, please like the video. Hit that thumbs up if you don't mind. This is obviously not a monetized channel. I don't have memberships or anything like that. Hopefully, I will be able to do that when I get some free time. And that has not been a thing for me lately. I don't get much free time, okay? All right? I'm here when I can. Pumping out some juicy content. No, I'm joking. This whole thing is a mess. I don't even know where to begin. I got to add so much to my GRB rabbit hole. But for funsies, let's go down it. Here we go. Oh, the memories. The memories we have kept over these years, Jip. You just are the gift that keeps on giving. So are you, Ken. Ken, you're a trooper. I will give you that. You are a trooper. I think it's great that you're not afraid to come up on the panel. I hope you do your one-on-one interview. I think a lot of people will be very interested in that. And, what do I have to say about last night? Because I really do want to get into this other stuff and not focus so much on Ken. So to sum it up, I don't care if Ken is gay. I don't care if he's straight. I don't care if he's bisexual. I find the whole thing rather comical to begin with. And, he's a trooper for coming up there and facing old Big Bear, old cowboy. I don't know what to think about it. It doesn't matter to me either way if he is or if he isn't. It was just really funny, and I will give it to the guy. Ken, you're a trooper for coming up there and letting us crack some jokes, because how can you not? How can we not? We have to find the funny, okay? What are we going to do if we're not having fun or funny while we do it? You gotta find this stuff a little comical. And that last night was cracking me up. It was. I found it funny. Yeah, nobody cares if Ken is gay. Like, for real. I really don't. If he came out tomorrow and said he was gay, I would just be like, okay, that explains a lot. I get it now. Why you hold your fishing pole. But, I mean, there's a lot of feminine men. He may just be a little feminine, and that's okay. But I mean, people are taking it to the extreme of like, who is Cowboy Bear? Big burly cowboy. I mean, I don't know who he is. I don't care who he is either. To be quite honest, I don't give a shit if he's a troll or not. It's not that serious when it comes to that particular topic. Who cares if he's gay? He's still an idiot. Exactly. Hello, Kimmy. It's good to see everybody. Yeah. So I guess that's really all I have to say about it. I do hope Ken will give me the opportunity to ask him a few questions. Not sure what all Morbid's been able to talk to him about when it comes to the interview. But he sounds like he's down for it, so something to look forward to. I also found more screenshots of the Sugar Sunday account, which is confirmed to be Gypsy. But I'm starting to wonder if Gypsy shares that account with somebody else, particularly a baby doll. I don't know who's behind. There's an account over mainly on TikTok, and I don't even remember the name of it, but the account profile picture is like a creepy looking baby doll. And oh, there goes my laundry. But when I have found screenshots where the Sugar Sunday is a couple of months ago in Bree's chat, and she's talking to Gypsy in the chat. So either Gypsy's talking to herself, or more than one person is behind that Sugar Sunday account. Knowing Gypsy's track record with fake accounts on the internet, it's more than likely that she's sharing that, because the account was created in 2015. So, just come under your real name, Gypsy. Just own it, girl. Just like you're going to have to own this huge blow, in my opinion. I'm a nobody. I am just some bitch on the internet, and all I have are my opinions. And, oh, Bree, bro. If karma isn't a bitch for you, I guarantee that Bree has been spinning her wheels nonstop since this was, quote, leaked out, about her trying to tell Gypsy all the ways that she can lie to her parole officer. Not a good look, Bree. Not a good look. I have a feeling that you probably got your ass chewed out by probably Christy, maybe Gypsy. But I have a feeling that there's some trouble in paradise over there, right? You came in here like you were some big old badass, Bree, and now look at you. Look at you. You are a liability. Bree said she don't want to hear another word about. I bet she doesn't. Look how spun she got over the grandma corn. Like that, Bree didn't sleep for days over just someone outing her search history on her computer. She wants to come on live and act like none of this is affecting her. Bree, it's time to. I know it's hard for you to be honest and tell, the truth of that phone call. And Bree, you know that there are people that record every live you do. Again, shout out to the Wambulance. You know who you are. So I have the entire stream. And the reason that you slipped up is because she started over on TikTok. And Bree, bro, look, I think the bro thing, it's not about a gender. I don't like using her name. And when you type in Bree into your phone, it will autocorrect to bro. So stop it with the gender this, gender that. My kids call each other bro, and myself. They call me bruh. Okay, so just stop it. And if I call her bro, it's my prerogative. Anyways, what was I saying? Oh, so bro started her live stream off over on TikTok and then was trying to show where Fancy came up on bro's panel or in her box, whatever you guys want to call it. And Fancy had a discussion with them, and Bree couldn't record it for some reason from her TikTok studio. So she came over to YouTube to stream it here. So she had her cell phone propped up, but was streaming on YouTube from her computer. And she stupidly did not mute her YouTube and was having a whole little convo with Gypsy until someone frantically messaged her and told her, you better cut that live off or you better mute. And she did mute. And then after that, they start talking about Fancy. You clearly call her bro because of her man. No. Nah, I just call her bro. I don't give a shit about her manly voice. I don't. And I will continue to call her bro. Hello, sweet Mary from Ireland. Hello. The jig is up. She's not even a competent ally. No, she is not. Play it all. Oh God, it's so long. Well, let's do the Conspiracy. Love her so much. I really do. She's a good person. She did a little recap video, so we're gonna play that. And this is about her breaking.
Y'all are not gonna.
In more ways than one. So right here, you see a screenshot that I posted, and this is on my TikTok and also on my community wall on YouTube. And it's a screenshot that Little Miss Lithium, Gypsy's ex-best friend who dates Amelia Bird, Gypsy's prison bestie. And it says, Gypsy says, let Millie know I can't take prison calls anymore. I got a citation by my PO for it. It's a warning. Next one, they send me back. Okay, so that is a whole separate situation.
Gonna believe this. So, Gypsy Rose Blanchard was recently reported to her PO, and one of Gypsy's very good friends on this app, says Bree, was live on YouTube having a phone conversation with Gypsy about this violation, telling her that she should basically lie. Now, apparently, Bree didn't realize that she had already started the live stream, and now it's been posted here on TikTok. I'll tag the OG poster.
It will be decided tomorrow, I guess.
Yeah. Well, hopefully that's not the case. Hopefully, like I said, hopefully they need, I don't know. I feel like they should have to need, they should have to need proof. Like, they can't just use a text. I feel like not even text message. They should have had, like, I don't know. Somebody could have got hold of your phone. Like, I don't know, something. Like, because people can use, there's like all kind of crazy phone apps and everything, girl. There's phone apps that can actually send you message that you can, okay, so there's phone apps where you can type in, like your number. Say somebody can download this app, type in your phone number, and then send a text to someone, and it'll show that it's coming from your phone, even though it's not.
Wow.
Yes, that's why I feel like there's no way they can send you back to prison on this. Like, I would even bring up that, but like, I absolutely did never, like, I would be like, I would die. I would say absolutely didn't, and be like, there has to be a way that this text message was like falsified or whatever. I don't know. I would just fight for your life, girl, because there are ways. That's the reason I feel like at the end of the day, like, they would have to prove it, because there are ways for people to do that. There are actual apps, girl, real apps that will show it's your phone number, even though it's not. Oh shit. Oh, hold on one second. Okay, thank God I just started this YouTube blog, because I'm like on the phone with you, and I'm like, that's why.
So, first of all, there are such thing as phone records, where they can prove that it actually came from said person's phone. Now, I'm not exactly sure when this live stream was, but people are saying that it just happened. But for some background context, it is being reported and alleged that Gypsy was violating her parole because she was contacting inmates through Ryan Anderson's account. This is a screenshot posted by Hello Starlight that is a message from Gypsy saying, "Let Millie know I can't take prison calls anymore. I got a citation by my PO for it. It's a warning. Next one, they send me back." Millie is Amelia Bird. Gypsy was incarcerated with her. She posted a video about her and has talked about her in live streams. So Amelia Bird's girlfriend is
I don't know if she said it, but just so everybody knows, a part of her parole is that she is not allowed to have any sort of contact with felons. And then I saw something today where she could possibly be talking to or associating with a felon through Bree. I don't know how true it is. It's alleged. I haven't seen proof. I haven't asked for proof. But, everything done in the dark comes to light. You know what I'm saying?
is speaking out right now and leaking some information. And that's how we all found out about Gypsy keeping in contact with inmates. There is a lot going on with this situation and more to that whole story. I'm working on a YT video going over that now. So if you haven't already, please do me a favor and go over and subscribe. But not a good look telling Gypsy to lie to her PO.
Yeah, not a good look, bro. It's not a good look. No. Oh, man. What a swing and a miss. That's a big fail right there. Good God. Oh.
Got him! Got him!
Got him. Got you now. Got you now, bitch. That was, oh, Bree. I hope Gypsy's parole officer tells her that a friendship with you is not in her best interest, because instead of telling her to tell the truth, to be honest with her parole officer like she should be doing, or maybe being responsible and not making decisions that go against your parole hearing, or sorry, your parole, what is it? Your parole stipulations, what you have to do, your requirements for your parole. And it specifically says, and you are well aware that you're not supposed to be speaking with inmates. Now, here's the thing. I don't want to see Gypsy go back to jail. I don't. I feel bad if I don't know. I don't think she really, like, I'm not that invested in it, like, to where I think she needs to go back to prison. I think she should have served a longer sentence. I mean, but here's the thing. If she's out here breaking her parole her own way, she's got nobody to blame but herself. And she will have to be held accountable for breaking her parole. So hey, Melissa Jade, I'm so glad to see you. And I just love your channel. Always have. Always shout out Melissa Jade. You guys, I will drop her channel in the chat. She covers a lot of Letitia Stalk, who is the stepmother of Gannon Stalk. If you know, you know. And she is a huge piece of shit. Fucking Leticia. Tasha Lynn. So let me drop her channel in here. Please sub to Melissa Jade. She's a really good creator. Promise. She won't steer you wrong. There's her channel. Oh, hey, Ash. Are you here to be pressed? Are you panini pressed, Ash274? My love. Are you panini pressed? Oh, look who it is. Come up on panel, Pixie's mom. Who will y'all gossip about if she went back to prison? Trust and believe, Pixie's mom. There are many lolcows on the internet, okay? Gypsy ain't the only one, okay? She's not the only one. There's plenty more. Plenty more. Don't worry. It's an endless supply. Why don't you come up here and take a link, Pixie's mom? Come on, you said you would take a link on Morbids. You never did. So why don't you go ahead and come up here? Huh? Come have a little chat. One-on-one. Just me and you. Come on. Come on, Pixie's mom. We'd still be talking about... Oh, I'm going to go back to that. Trust and believe I will. I'm not done with the case. We're going to go through the medical records. Now that they're like public, we're going to scroll through every document available. Okay? So that'll be coming up next. When I go back to the case. I'll take that link if you're still on. Oh, yes, please do. Just let me know when, Melissa, and I will drop it. Okay? So make sure you let me know when you want me to. If not, I'm going to save it until then. You spend your life switching between people? What? What are you talking about, Pixie's mom? So you spend your life... No, this isn't my life. I think that's where you're confused, Pixie's mom. This is not my life. Do you understand that? I did say I would, and after thinking about it, I realized, why would I give you the satisfaction? Because you sure do have a lot to say. Don't you want me to hear you out instead of you having to type at me? Yes, Pixie the dog. Why don't you just come up and talk? You know, you have a lot to say. Come up and challenge me. It doesn't have to be an argument. Just come up here and tell me how I'm wrong, okay? I have not made it my life. If I made it my life, I would be live about Gypsy every single day because Gypsy gives plenty to talk about on a daily basis. If this was my life, I would be live more than once a month. Okay, I'm lucky I got to go live today. I've been dealing with a broken air conditioner, bitch. And it's hot in Texas. My name was previously Pixie. Yeah, her name was Pixie's mom. She's been trolling. It's probably friends with Planty Bunny. All those little. She's one of Bree's cronies, so she's here to report back to Bree. Why don't you come up, Pixie's mom? Come on up here, you big old badass. I bet you're like 70 years old. No offense to any 70-year-olds out there. I love you. And we're all going to be old one day, right? But yeah, you're just very uptight, Pixie's mom. Got to stick up your ass. Hold on. Look, where's Miss Carver? Miss Carver! Tell Pixie's mom what is up.
Chin check these motherfuckers, bitch. My mouth will cut you from side to side, up and goddamn down, bitch. You can't fuck with me, bitch. You can't fuck with me, bitch.
That's right, Miss Carver. She cannot. She can't. And she needs to go to the river.
You better get on down the road, goddamn it. Go to the river and be baptized, motherfucker.
Go to the river and be baptized, motherfucker. Okay? Go repent, Pixie's mom, or come up on the damn panel.
What the fuck is wrong with you, motherfucker? What the fuck is wrong with you, ugly bitch?
Come on, Pixie. Here, Pixie. Here, Pixie. Oh, is Becca Scoops here? What's up, Becca? I posted a selfie a long time ago. People saw more or less of what I look like. I'm 28. Okay, well, come on up here. You don't have to have your camera on or anything. Just come up here and talk to me, Pixie's mom. Why won't you come have a discussion with me?
And you're nasty.
You're nasty. Mm-hmm.
Come on. Wasn't Cowboy Kid? I don't know, Mariska. He's going to go to the river and get baptized today. He's got to repent for all the sins he admitted to on Morbid's panel. Maybe it's not Gypsy. No novel, I don't. I wasn't even born in this country. Take the link, Pixie's mom.
Sit down and shut up and let me listen to what I got to tell you, motherfucker. And I said, sit down and you sit the fuck down and shut the hell up.
I feel you, Miss Carver. It's one of those days. One of those days. Love me some Miss Carver. If you know, you know. Come on, Pixie's mom. If not, I'm just going to continue talking about Bree. So let's not let Pixie's mom sidetrack. Let's continue on, okay? So, let me go to Conspiracy again. I'm going to play this.
Comment is in reference to this video I posted.
One more
This
time.
is the original video.
Oh, Pixie's mom, though. While you're here, I've got a question. How is Bree doing? Because I have a feeling that her world is like collapsing right now. I'm pretty sure this whole recording Gypsy, telling her to lie to her parole officers probably got her pretty messed up. I bet that the Blanchards are not very happy with her. I'm not obsessed with Bree. I am talking about what she did. This is a big deal, Pixie's mom. Telling a murderer to lie to their parole officer so they don't have to suffer the consequences of her behavior. That's a problem. And we're going to talk about it because it's a big deal. A real friend wouldn't be telling a murderer who's on probation that's pregnant to lie to her parole officer. Okay, Pixie's mom? And if you do not take the link and come up here, I'm going to block you like you guys do me over there. I've let you sit in the comment section and run your little mouth. We took the video out of context. Well, guess what? I have the whole video. I have it all 2 hours of it. So tell me that is misconstrued. Drop the link for Emma. Thank you, Bex. I love you so much, Bex. I'm glad you're here. It's Pixie's mom. She blocked you. Well, her name is Liar Wigs on Fire. But there are people that are tracking Pixie's mom's account. So that's how I know it's Pixie's mom. Thanks, Mariska. Sweet Mary. Enjoy it for me too, please. Okay, I'm going to drop the link. Okay. Now, if people come on panel, I'm not an asshole. I promise I'm not an asshole, but like I get very overwhelmed with large panels. So I'm just putting that out there. Come on, Pixie's mom. Get up here. Now, I didn't say on TikTok. We're tracking your account on YouTube. I already know where you are on TikTok. It's not hard to track your account. Bye. Of course, run away. Run away, Pixie's mom. Run, run, run. Hello, Nicole. Bye. Of course, run away. Oh, God, I can hear myself. Run, run, run. Hello, Nicole. Nicole.
That's the fuck face that made an edit of me.
Hold on just a second. I'm trying to figure out what. Nicole, can you hear me? Nicole, I muted you for a minute.
I can't. I'm just fixing my mic.
Okay. I figured it's your TV. What up, Andy Cruz? Hey, Samara. Glad to see your faces. Your little avatars, whatever.
Is he still
Bree
on
has
here?
cellulitis, most commonly called what? What? Okay, so yeah, I don't even remember. Pixie's mom threw me off, so
You
we're just
want
gonna.
to hear my voice? I'll post it later. Good luck finding out who I am, you
I
dumb
think it's gonna be an
Texan.
echo
Like
there.
your voice matters. I don't give a shit who you are in real life, Pixie's mom. That's
Oh
what you
my
don't
god, and the other
understand.
fucking bitches on here. You
Pixie's
have
mom.
Ew.
I don't care what your voice sounds like. I don't care what part of the country you're from. I don't care about anything to do with your real life. I just want you to come up here and tell me what you want to tell me since you had to come into the chat. So come up here. I don't care if you sound like a man or whatever. I don't care what part of the country you're from. I don't care what your voice sounds like. It proves nothing. I just come on the panel and say it to my face. Why don't you do that? Who called someone a dumb Texan? Who did that? Who called me a dumb Texan?
I think it was me. Oh,
You?
no, she did. Whatever her name
Pixie.
is. Pixie's mom, yeah.
Pixie's mom.
Pixie's
Come
mom?
up here and just.
Are you scared? If you're gonna spew bullshit
I
like
didn't even
that, have some guts.
I didn't even see the part where she said, "Good luck finding out who I am." I
We
don't care who you are in your real life. I don't care what you do in your real life. I don't care.
Also, her sidekick's on here, Janet.
Oh, which one?
DJ Janet.
DJ Janet. Where's she at?
Her too, she's been making some edits. That's
Oh.
Oh,
You have the
DJ
whole
Janet. I see you. Take the link. Like these people come in here and say stuff. Come up and say it.
Oh, there she is. Fire Mariska, so
You
now
should be flattered that
she's
these
a
people are
second
talking about
language.
you.
What?
They're obsessed.
So weird.
Look, it's not my fault that Bree made a big fuck up and
Right.
everyone's talking about it. I wouldn't be talking about Bree had this not happened. But this is a big deal.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm. Okay, let's listen to it one more time what Bree did.
Okay.
This comment is in reference to this video I posted. This is the original video. I took this video from someone else. I tagged her in the original post. I then took that video, cut off this part, and added captions. I think the part you're referring to is right before she says, "I would lie." During that portion where she's saying that, I duplicated that, which is why she says it twice. Other than that, I did not edit the original video. I just duplicated it so people could actually hear it. This is the original.
Fate will be decided tomorrow, I guess.
Yeah. Well, hopefully that's not the case. Hopefully, like I said, hopefully they need. I mean, I don't know. I feel like they should have to need. They should have to need proof. Like they can't just use a text. I feel like not even text message. They should have been like, I don't know. Somebody could have got hold of your phone. Like. I don't know, something like because people can use there's like all kind of crazy phone apps and everything, girl. There's phone apps that can actually send you message that you can so there's phone apps where you can type in like your number. Say somebody can download this app, type in your phone number, and then send a text to someone and it'll show that it's coming from your phone even though it's not.
Wow.
Yes, that's why I feel like there's no way they can send you back to prison on this. Like I would even bring up that, but like I absolutely did never like I would be like I would lie. I would say absolutely didn't, and feel like there has to be a way that this text message was like falsified or whatever. I don't know. I would just fight for your life, girl, because there are ways. That's the reason I feel like at the end of the day, like they would have to prove it because there are ways for people to do that. There are actual apps, girl, real apps that will show it's your phone number, even though it's not. Oh shit! Oh, hold on one second. Thank God I just started this YouTube live because I'm like on the phone with you and I'm like, just lie.
Also, for anyone who didn't see, I posted a follow-up video stating that the original poster who added this text said that she did not mean to put Nick. She meant to put the other inmates. Gypsy was in trouble for contacting other inmates, not Nicholas Godejohn. This comment is in reference to this video I posted. This is the original video. I took this video from someone else. I tagged her in the original post.
I'm going to address this one time. And I'm going to address this one time, and I'm not going to address it again because it's stupid. Me and Gypsy was having a private conversation that I didn't realize I was on live yet. I mean, I knew I was on live, but I wasn't thinking. I covered up the camera, but not the same. I don't know. But because it wasn't that big of a deal, it wasn't talking about nothing like top secret. And, everybody.
How long have I been on mute?
Oh,
She's
a
a
while.
while.
Letting it
God
play.
dang it. I've been talking over here.
Okay.
It is a big deal.
It is.
It is. Yes. Or what did she say?
Deal. It wasn't talking about nothing like.
Yeah. She said I wasn't talking about nothing like
top secret.
Top secret. Well, I guess. What was that then? What the fuck?
And this person's comment over here, nothing would happen. That's pissing me off.
What? Who?
Over here on the comments of the TikTok video.
Oh, I haven't read it. Hold on. Somebody's Mike has feedback. I'm trying to figure out if it's
not mine.
Yeah, it was Emma. It's okay. Yeah, well, she blocks everyone. Well, no, this is conspiracies. Never mind.
Conspiracy doesn't, but Bree, she blocks everybody.
Yeah, that's
who disagrees with her. Like we are supposed to have. Apparently, we're supposed to have the same opinion about the same opinion that I don't know what the fuck I'm saying.
Well, no, we're supposed to all agree with her rather than be obsessed with her all the time and
right. And we have to stay up all night long when she goes on her 12-hour live. We do not care. We don't want to be wasting our time watching you ram your mouth.
And you shouldn't be joking with a parolee on the phone over lying about it. You just think, Bree. Think. I know it's hard, but try.
Bree said the PO didn't care about the conversation. I don't believe anything Bree says. She just admitted she lied to a parole officer.
Right.
Like, talking about apps that can clone your phone number.
Which I don't think that's a thing.
It is, but also
it is. Yeah, people can spoof numbers.
But the police know that. The
right, exactly.
I mean, come on. You're not putting one over on anybody, Bree. You're an idiot.
Did you guys see the whole thing that Katie Joy posted about Bree's background?
No.
Yeah, I did see that. I heard what she said. Yes, I did.
That's some tea. I don't know if it's true, but
I don't know if it's true or not. Not my business at the end of the day, I guess. But
all I gotta say is karma.
Bree's got bigger people to worry about than little old me over here. I'll tell you that.
Exactly. But karma's a bitch.
Yes, and it fucking slapped her right in her face. All right, let's push play here.
And, everybody's trying to always get Gypsy in prison. They always sending stuff to the PO. And she was talking about basically what constitutes a real reason. Just somebody sending a text message or whatever. That's basically all it was. And I was just, if y'all would have listened to the rest of the clip that they didn't put on there, I was like, oh my God. I was sitting on here telling you to lie. I was laughing. It was a joke. And as soon as I turn off mute, if I wouldn't have turned off mute, you heard me saying, well, everybody thinks you lie all the time anyway, so what's the difference? Ha, ha, ha. But I really don't care about the video. She doesn't care about the video. The PO
liar
doesn't care about the video.
Liar.
Yeah, and that's all I'm gonna say about it.
Liar, liar, liar.
Like, because it's
liar.
stupid, and I'm not gonna, like, I have way other things in my mind than to be worried about that. I'm gonna address this one time, and I'm not gonna address it again because it's stupid.
So, let me see. Let me do something real quick.
Well, Wiggs on, Pixie's mom said, Bree's in the hospital right now. I'm like, well,
Who said that?
Pixie's mom.
She went yesterday.
Okay, did the ambulance take her?
What?
I didn't do anything to her. How am I supposed to feel about it? It's
Right.
I mean, who asked? Like, who asked?
Why did she go? Because it's like.
Well, I am sorry that she's in the hospital. May she recover from whatever she's there for.
Being on the phone for 20 hours a day.
Yeah, at least she'll get some good sleep.
Overdose on sniffing Adderall.
But I hate when people try to plug that sympathy thing. Well, don't you know?
I know.
It's like,
how would I know that?
Yeah, how would I?
And second of all, I don't give a fuck. I'm sorry. I'm a bitch, but like, I don't give a fuck.
She's all right.
I mean, I wish her well. I don't know why she's there.
I hope she's vibing.
Yeah,
but
I didn't put her there, so I don't know why you're
exactly, Nicole.
Thing again. The ambulance took her there.
Alrighty then, said she didn't have to stay. They sent her home, and that's why she cried. When did she cry? I missed the crying. Alma!
On her live.
My
you
love.
need to watch Katie Joy's thing. She was crying.
Wait, when did she post this?
An hour ago, I think.
Oh, okay. I haven't
And
checked
even
it yet.
Didi's Ghost
Damn,
posted it, I think. I don't know if it's that one.
Okay, let me see.
There's Didi's Ghost or it's Katie Joy. I forgot.
The last one I see is 3 hours ago where she was talking about violating.
So I searched up
Didi's Ghost. It's Didi's Ghost.
Let me see. Is that like one word? How do I look up Didi's Ghost?
Oh, fuck, what's her thing?
Something about eating disorders. What the fuck?
I can't log into my regular account on here. That's why I can't find it.
I agree, Jen D in chat. She should be focusing on her health and not Gypsy.
Hey, what the bug? Yeah.
If she's sick, maybe that's because she's neglecting her own health.
Exactly.
I don't want anything bad to happen to her or anything. Like, what am I supposed to say about that? I am so sorry that she's in the hospital. I wish her well.
Yeah,
all right, let me see if I can pull this up. I don't want to show my source.
I got it.
Here.
I got the Didi's Ghost one, if anything.
Okay, can you put it in the back chat?
Oh, crap. Okay, hold on.
All right, hold on. I got to do something.
Give me a sec, guys.
Hurry up. No, I'm kidding.
There we go.
Jesus, fuck, you're taking too long.
You do not get, you don't get a second.
Hold up.
Okay, so this is how it happened. So Bree was somebody's got background. Bree had started a live over on TikTok, and she couldn't screen share what she was wanting to show. So her stream started off as this. So her saying that she knew, I don't even know if she said she knew, but she did not know she was on live.
My fate will be decided tomorrow, I guess.
Yeah. Well, hopefully that's not the case. Hopefully, like I said, hopefully they need, I don't know. I feel like they should have to need, they should have to need proof. Like, they can't just use a text. I feel like not even text message. They should have it, like.
All right, so let me just say real quick. I'm letting this play again through because this is from her actual live. So she can't say anything's been edited out or clipped or anything. This is it in its entirety. Now, I'm not going to play all hour and 25 minutes, but
I don't know. Somebody could have got hold of your phone. Like, I don't know, something. Like, because people can there's like all kind of crazy phone apps and everything, girl. There's phone apps that can actually send you message that you can,
Brandy.
so there's phone apps where you can type in, you can type in like your number. Say somebody can download this app, type in your phone number, and then send a text to someone, and it'll show that it's coming from your phone, even though it's not.
Wow.
Yes, that's why I feel like there's no way they can send you back to prison on this. Like, I would even bring up that, be like, I absolutely did never, like, I would be like, I would lie. I would say absolutely didn't, and be like, there has to be a way that this text message was like falsified or whatever. I don't know. I would just fight for your life, girl, because there are ways.
Yeah.
That's the reason I feel like at the end of the day, like, they would have to prove it, because there are ways for people to do that. There are actual apps, girl, real apps that will show it's your phone number, even though it's not. Oh shit! Let me. Oh, hold on one second.
She's getting text messages like, "You're live, you're live."
Thank God I just started this YouTube live,
See?
because I'm like on the phone with you. I'm like, just lie.
She didn't think it was recorded. Okay, so then she mutes herself.
Can you just give me 1 second, please? Thank you.
Mute for a while.
YouTube like is false. Okay, sorry y'all. All right. I'm not. Look, I look a hot mess, and YouTube like is so. YouTube don't give no fucks about how they make you look. They just like, you better look a hot mess in this bitch. No catfishing today, baby. So, oh yeah, and if you're a new subscriber, you'll be able to comment in 5 minutes. I'm sorry. I just like to give people just give my mods like a moment to be able to get ready for the trolls. But I wonder how.
So she just moves on to talk about Fancy for an hour.
She shows her live with Fancy.
Yeah, that's all this is her,
Yeah.
like, she just talks about Fancy for
an hour and 20 minutes.
It's like, we know everybody's made videos about Gypsy. Oh, Fancy.
Yeah.
About it on a live.
You're ready to catch her in a lie?
You're not going to catch me in a lie, because if Patreon gave it to you, then they fraudulently gave it to you, and I will be filing a dispute.
You literally told me.
She must have played it several times. Shit. Unless that's how long. I don't know. I wasn't there for the interaction. I guess it was that long. But yeah, nothing's edited.
No.
You were busted.
Bam.
Bam.
Bam. Womp, 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 womp.
Yeah. Big fail.
From exhaustion.
What?
Probably from exhaustion, you know?
Right.
Like, when you don't sleep,
She
you're going to
needs
get
sleep.
real sick.
Did we ever find out why she was in the hospital?
Yeah, the blood pressure is high in South Louisiana.
She had high blood pressure?
No, that's just what Alma said, because they all must have high blood pressure.
Oh, Alma.
Oh yeah, there is a theory that Rod moved out. I don't know. I've only heard that.
I don't think that's true.
I don't either.
I don't think it's true.
But I don't think it's true either.
Who knows with this family, honestly? Like, nothing is like off the table, but
yeah. I mean,
all Rod would have to do to leave was get on his boat and leave. Like,
just keep
boating.
Know.
Exactly.
Yeah. Just boat up to the sunset. It's probably his dream. He'd probably love to just live on a boat.
Probably. I think it was.
Or his daughter isn't a murderer. His wife isn't a sea hag.
He can bury his head in the sand.
Well, do you notice he always has his headphones around his neck? I love that, because it's like,
okay, I was wondering what that was, because is that what he had? It was like looped over his ear, and it didn't go inside your ear. It rested.
Earphones. Yeah, it's ocular. Yeah, I have those. So
I've never seen those before. Uh-huh.
Yeah, it's actually really good because you can still kind of hear what's going on around you without being completely what I
Okay.
guided blind runners. Yeah, they're really good. But yeah, he always has those either around his neck or just on his head, so he can just tune out at any time. Poor Rod.
You have half AK people watching you. I do, and I'm very appreciative of that because my channel wasn't doing that great for a really long time, and not that it still is, because I'm not gonna lie, it sucks not being monetized or having memberships. But I've got to clean my channel up in order to. Oh, it's such a pain. I'm like, I should just delete all these old streams, but then like, there's a part of me that's like, no, keep them. Like, why? Why? I don't need to though. I just
It's
need to
like
crash
cleaning out
on.
the closet. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
I might wear this someday, or I might need this, and 2 years later,
Yeah,
you're thinking the same thing.
exactly.
Like shit, I should really
It
just let this.
happens too around here. You got to have receipts for everything.
Yep,
Receipts or it didn't happen.
absolutely, that's true. Can you put them somewhere else?
I've got an external hard drive that I was putting them onto, but then I lost the cord to the hard
I hate that.
drive.
Oh my god,
I don't know
like
what
that
I
all the
did with it.
I
So
hate
I just
that.
need to get another one and start working on
Yeah,
that. But
yeah.
I've been so busy, I
Because
haven't had time to do anything.
well, exactly. That's when people say you're obsessed. I'm like, I don't want to give anything away about your personal life, but it's like she's busy. She has
Yes.
life stuff to do.
If I didn't, I'd be live every day about this because
There
there's
is
always
no
something to talk about.
exactly. Every day they give us something new. It's like we can't help it. It's like stop giving us new stuff. We'll stop talking.
Right.
Yeah. Patty M, I'm not monetized because YouTube really cracked down on their rules, and I do play copyrighted music, and like sometimes I'll get like we restricted your stream to 18 and over, and it's like a stream from 3 years ago that's on private. Like things like that.
So
Yeah.
stupid.
Yeah, YouTube will still get your videos even if they are on private. So, just saying.
Socials are
YouTube be
just
tweaking.
Yeah, their
really
terms of service is very
here,
different, but you can get away with more over here, but I have to watch the copyright and stuff.
right.
Things like that. So, I just got to get rid of it and get rid of all these old streams.
Yeah. We'll help you fix that up.
Yeah. But I'm glad everybody is here. I had to.
Did you see what I sent on the back chat?
Yeah, I have it pulled up. Oh, what was I going to say? Well, nothing. I won't go into all that. I'll just wait for another time when I'm just shooting the shit. I'll talk about it. Anyways, all right, let's see what this is.
Ghost. They might have blocked me. I don't know.
So look, like, just to let everybody know that Gypsy's not going back to prison. Like, oh my god, people are so ridiculous. People took like, I knew that clip. I knew that that happened before it even was leaked. Air quotes. People. I don't even want to say people took it out of context because there was no context there. Like, me and Gypsy was, and I'm going to address this one time and I'm not going to address it again because it's stupid. Me and Gypsy was having a private conversation that I didn't realize I was on live yet. I mean, I knew I was on live, but I wasn't thinking. I covered up the camera, but not the same. I don't know. But because it wasn't that big of a deal, it wasn't talking about nothing like top secret. And, everybody's trying to always get Gypsy in prison. They always sending stuff to the PO. And she was talking about basically like what constitutes like a real reason, like, just somebody sending a text message or whatever. Like, that's basically all it was. And I was just, if y'all would have listened to the rest of the clip that they didn't put on there, I was like, oh my God. I was sitting on here telling you to lie. Like, I was laughing like it was a joke. And as soon as I turn off mute, if I wouldn't have turned off mute, you would have heard me saying, well, everybody thinks you lie all the time anyway, so what's the difference? Like, ha, ha, ha. But I really don't care about the video. She doesn't care about the video. The PO doesn't care about the video. Like, me giving her bad advice, say if that was real advice, like, what would get her in trouble is her taking that advice, not me giving her that advice. You know, even friends give stupid advice
in other
sometimes, but I was
words,
not giving.
Bree took her own advice, which is just to lie, and is doing nothing but lying in this entire fucking video.
Yep.
She's just out. She's just out of excuses at this point.
Right. Like,
so-
you're
it's-
gonna tell me that nobody, Gypsy and all them were
cares.
all good? Like,
Yeah, then why are you on
no.
here?
I would be furious if somebody was that negligent, or whatever you want to call it, to where I'm having a phone conversation with you and you accidentally live stream it after I'm already in trouble with my PO.
Right.
And you want to act like nothing, no big deal. No big deal. No, I have a feeling that Christy and Gypsy were probably super pissed. I would think Rod and Mia would be super pissed.
Like, maybe they did. Maybe they are pissed at her and they're not talking to her, and that's why she had to go to the hospital. I'm sorry.
I don't
I
know.
shouldn't joke about her going to the hospital, but still. Wah.
She is a liability.
Listen, I'm not
Yes.
that nice, okay? I think that's been established.
I think she's gonna die if like if if they're not friends anymore. I literally think she's gonna die. She's like the
4
hardest
hours?
fan.
She carried on for 4 hours? Oh my god.
Giving her that advice, like, nobody would understand because there's no context to it. There is none. Like, it was literally about nothing specific. Oh, and Gypsy, they never had any cops at her house. That night, Gypsy wasn't even at home. Like, people are ridiculous. I looked at the ring light that people were going around saying that's not even Christy's neighborhood, nor her house, nor her neighbor's house. Like, people are lying. Somebody was saying, like, what were they saying? Somebody was like, yeah, in the ring light, you can see you can see part of the argument, and then all the cops. And then like 5 seconds later, no, maybe like 2 minutes later, they're like, when somebody said something about they never seen the video, or they just seen a cop, like, well, they never seen anything like an argument. They just see a cop going by. And then Macy, that's who's live, I was watching, she was like, yeah, it's basically what it is. Like, the cop passing, like, and they were probably going to Christy's. Like, what do you mean they was probably going to Christy's house? So like, what? So like, I thought y'all said that you can
Here, Bex. Okay, so I've known Bex since I came here. She's one of my mods. I love her so much. But a lot of the people that I've known forever haven't been following this Gypsy stuff until lately, where it starts, it's been popping off the last few,
And
this
Bree,
whole week.
leave Macy alone. She don't fuck with
Yeah.
you. You don't fuck with her.
But she does fuck with Macy all the time, and obviously watching everything she does, which is weird.
I know, and it's fucked up. Because Macy's
Right, because Macy, she doesn't have a huge platform.
Right.
So like, she usually just, when I tune into her, she's just having conversations. She's not talking about Bree, like they talk about
not
Gypsy
really
and
doing
stuff.
anything except for trying to get the truth out there.
Right.
And
It's
that's
just
what
so
I tried to do
fucking
too.
stupid.
And apparently, I get yelled at for it too.
And everybody else lies except for Bree and Gypsy.
Conspiracy.
I lie. They're lying. They're lying. They're lying. Well, oh, is she in the chat? But it's like, Bree,
not everybody's gonna fucking believe you, okay?
Not everybody's lying either. All right.
Like, not everybody has to believe you. We all have our different brains, and if we don't agree with what you're saying, that's okay.
Our opinions are just that, opinions, and if that ruins your day, sorry. Call the ambulance.
Oh, conspiracy. I need to check my messages, because that guy last night he brought up like Nina, conspiracy, and I can't remember who else.
Cowboy?
The cowboy. Yeah, because he said that he sent them the same proof that he had sent to Morbid.
Okay.
So, the first time in late February, she posted. Yeah, Bree met up with Gypsy and Ken and the family whatever at Jazz Fest.
Yeah.
And then before that, Brie was like stalking them outside of a restaurant, in my opinion, allegedly.
Oh, that's weird.
Word on the street is she was licking the window outside while
Right.
peering in. And
She was just so thirsty to get in there and eat mashed potatoes with them.
She's so fucking cringy. It's
Like
unbelievable.
licking the damn window. That could be the why she's in the hospital, because she got sick from licking the damn window.
the window was all fogged up from her mouth, like.
Ew, ew.
Oh my god.
She's
But
so
she is a newer friend. Actually, I don't know who posted it. I don't know if it was Katie Joy or someone else, but one of Bree's first videos where she's talking about how she started, defending Gypsy, and then Gypsy reached out to her and they just formed this friendship. It's just
it was love at first sight.
like, she doesn't realize she's going to end up being another Fancy, another, all these other people that they screw over.
How long do you give
But
it?
Brie,
That's
the
my
difference
question.
is, like, Fancy can handle it, even though she kind of lost her shit there, when they were really fucking with her. And but other people have been able to handle it. I don't think Brie is going to be able to handle it when she falls out with these people, when they cut her off for being a sloppy liability.
Well, when they're done with somebody, they just cut them off. It's just who they are.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
And
they
your
do it.
time will come, Brie. I'm sorry for you for that. They did it to Rachel Garlick.
Yep.
I think did it to this Lithium Amelia Bird's
They
girlfriend.
did it to Fancy. They did it to they did it to
Yes.
starting with Fancy that we know of. Once your value to them is gone, then you're gone. I mean, I can tell you right now, Christy, especially Christy, would not give a shit about Gypsy if it wasn't for the money.
Oh
Because
no.
she got money from Mommy Dead and Dear started there. She realized she had a cash cow, like Dee Dee.
Yes, and those old emails, do you remember me playing them? They are prison emails from an anonymous source, but it's Gypsy talking about the trust fund and talking about.
I just recently came into yep.
Yes.
It was a guy, but it was like a friend. Talk about Ryan.
Yes.
She regretted that whole thing. Yep.
I don't know. Oh Lordy, this is about to get so spicy. I'm telling you, this is just the beginning. Mercury, I believe, is in retrograde. Everybody put your helmets on, because it's about to start raining crazy around here. In my opinion, like, yeah.
Well,
all right, hold on, let's see.
Berserk.
Huh?
It's already gone berserk. I mean, there's no putting the berserk back in the bottle.
Jeez, no, there's no putting the berserk back in the bottle.
Was that in Ryan's fridge? Berserk bottle?
So she was live 1 hour, 2 hour, 1.5 hour, and then 30 minutes. Jeez Louise.
I can understand to hit certain goals
bring it up.
with TikTok, but she blocks everyone. So she's talking into the air.
Yeah.
Right, but
to do so.
It's the weirdest thing.
That's what I said to Nina last night when she came on. It's like, I've done stuff for 12, 13 hours at a time, but I've gotten paid.
Right, like, you better be paying me.
Fucking doing this for free.
The only
Why
thing I
would
will
you do
do
this
for
for
that
free?
long a time is either get paid for it or I'm sleeping. Those are the only two things I'll do for 12 hours.
Honestly.
That's it.
Zora and I... Go ahead, sorry.
No, I'm done.
Zora and I going rogue has really made the family... Yeah. That's what I'm saying.
Shit.
Like, ooh, watch out, everybody. Oh, Lord. See, now we've got communities colliding, and it's like, oh god, like I don't know what to do, guys. I don't know what to do.
So what do you mean when the communities colliding? Explain.
Well, let's just be what is it? I don't like saying call a spade a spade. This fucking dumb woman says it all the time. But Katie Joy is very controversial.
Oh, right.
Has been for a very long time. So there's a very large community
That's true.
of anti KJ people. And, I've known some of them and watched their channels for a while. And, they're coming in here to do what people do in those situations. And I'm just saying, like, I can't tell people how to feel or what to do, and I'm just hoping people have thick skin and can take it as it goes. Cause yeah, you got two very opposite communities colliding, and I don't know. It's about to get interesting. But what we do need to make sure not to do is let fighting amongst each other blind you from the big picture here, which is just
100%.
yes, because when we're fighting with each other, we're not focused on the point we're trying to get across here. And that's what they want.
Yeah,
they want us all to start turning and fighting with each other and
divide and conquer.
Yes.
And if we concentrate on fighting with each other, see, I've never liked this. I've always been bothered by, people turning against other people who are supposedly on the same side. Yeah, it's the end game. It's like, well, let's all focus. Everybody calm down.
Because
and then
I never thought I would ever see Fancy and Katie Joy squash their shit, and then I'm like, but they're focused on the same goal here.
Riley is back.
I noticed that. Yeah, that's insanity. Never thought that would happen.
I know, but it seemed to me it's good. It's like, all right, maybe people are actually starting to come around, get their head on straight.
Hey, Charlotte. Yeah. Uh-huh.
And not because we not talk. I mean, remember when the wig gate when Nina, they were talking about Nina's wigs and the wigs and the wigs and the wigs. I'm like, oh, can we not? Why are we talking about wigs right now? And then the whole thing,
the fucking wig gate.
Oh, the wig gate, and then but the wig gate slowly turned into the whole Mike Stanfield blue shirt guy thing, and that thing, and I'm like, oh god, oh.
And then still going on. Now we got Pink Hat turning on Fancy and like running around like a loose cannon.
Honestly,
what the hell, girl?
What the fuck?
I'm not surprised. I had a feeling that this would happen on Pink Hat's side.
I never, to be honest.
How long was Pink Cat in the Good Wives Network? Do you know?
Not
I remember when she came in, and I want to say, like, when she came in. Yeah, your mic's really bad when you're.
Sorry.
It's okay, but so I remember Pink Hat coming into the box with Ryan and Fancy were they didn't like form a friendship. It's just the first time I remember her coming in and giving her 2 cents. And they worked well together for a while there. But I knew there was I knew Pink Hat wasn't going to be able to
hang.
I think she's a very sensitive person,
and
but she also loses her shit because she came in my comment section and I did not approve her comments because they were she was in all caps going at Becca Scoops, and I'm like, you're not going to come up in my comment section talking about Becca Scoops. No, ma'am.
No, that's our girl.
Better respect it. Put some respect on her name.
That's right. Yeah, I'm just I just every time people are fighting amongst each other, it's like, can we focus back on gross Gypsy? Can we do that?
Yeah.
That's why I'm here.
Oh, I wanted to go over the PR papers. Let's do that.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
yes.
fuck. This one
Oh
gets
my
me
God.
so fucking mad. You don't
I
understand.
know.
Me too.
And I didn't screenshot them all, so I've got to find Katie Joy. Is there any way you could send me just the screenshots of the PR instead of the entire video? Just something where I can pause and read. I can give you my email. Okay. Can you send them to me? I don't know if you want my email. I don't know if you're on Discord, but okay, let me put my email. I'll put it on the screen. Because I think those, I mean, we're watching, it's a how-to guide for Gypsy to do the internet, like how to internet per your PR team. And you can see her actively doing these things now. It just makes me sick. Here's my email on the screen here. Okay, thank you for that. Thank you. Look, guys, I promise you I'm okay. All right. I know how this stuff goes. Everything's good. Don't read too much into everything. And my email is public, so I'm not worried about it. I'm not like scared of Katie Joy or anything. I know how to protect myself, guys. Just saying. Don't worry. Bree is going live to talk about Gypsy's parole violation into like when? Like now? I thought she wasn't going to talk about it. She said she didn't want to talk about it anymore. Okay, let's play this real quick. God, Breezy, you're the distraction here. You're distracting me because I'm going to fucking scroll through those medical records. You just wait. I do need a medical professional or somebody who can talk about it so I don't sound so stupid.
Oh, you don't hear this. Well, I know.
Oh my gosh, people are in my comment section being rude.
Jesus fuck.
Who's being rude?
What?
Who's being rude? I'm sorry.
Oh, there's some random people came in my comment section and were being rude the last time I went through some of them.
Oh my God. I'm like looking at the post without audio right now.
Here we go.
The makeup's bad.
Oh, again, people when they hook up a Gypsy fall apart.
Friend of Gypsy's. I've been hearing, hey, y'all, my name's Brie and I'm a friend.
The fact that you start your videos out like that is embarrassing.
Hi, I'm Brie and I'm friends with
Right.
Gypsy Rose. That's your
Don't
flex.
you have an identity outside of that?
But we're the obsessed ones. Give me a
Right, yeah.
Hey, y'all, my name's Brie and I'm a friend of Gypsy's. I've been hearing so many people saying that she's going back to prison. A lot of people have been messaging me asking that question. And, well, I'm going to be talking about that on my live right now. Also, I'm going to be talking about the incident at Christy's house the other night at Gypsy's house with the cops. And whether that was true or not. And also, I'm going to be talking about whether Ken is really the father of Gypsy's baby. And I have receipts for everything I'm going to be talking about. So if you want to come join, I am going on like literally right now. Bye. Hey, y'all, my name's...
Okay, something I caught. Okay, did you see the video that Katie Joy put out of Gypsy at the doctor and Christy is like filming it? It is so fucking weird.
Yeah.
She asked for a sonogram and they said you can't have one.
And why isn't Christy telling her things like that? No,
But
she had 2 kids.
But they told her that she couldn't get a sonogram because she was too early. So how did she
probably
have
not even pregnant, in my opinion.
Hold on, but listen. So according to that video, they said that she could not get a sonogram until she was 13, 14, or 15 weeks. I can't remember.
I think 15.
And then how did she have sonogram pictures in the maternity shoot photos? How did they have one if they couldn't have a fucking sonogram?
Well, maybe it was an old.
I don't know. I question everything now.
But that maybe that they sent that to Katie. We'd have to ask that. Katie would have to answer that. Like, when did they send that?
Yeah. And why are we supposed to believe anything that comes out of your mouth, Brie, or Gypsies?
Right.
Just nothing. I don't put anything past these people anymore.
And right, and again, they post old stuff, new stuff. You know, it's happened today or yesterday or 3 weeks ago or a month ago. Like, what does Katie say? Can I
She send
pop
them.
panel? She asked if she can prop on panel. I think. The chat be chatting.
I know people are gonna lose their minds. Katie Joy Paulson. Oh, I'm sorry if I'm not. That's just how I know her, because everybody says it. I'm sorry,
Katie. Yeah.
All right, let's see. All right, everyone's gonna lose their minds. Y'all just buckle in. It's gonna be okay. Promise.
We'll be fine.
All right, I think she did send me those, so let me check my email. Oh, I got another email too. Oh, thank you, Bonnie. Okay, she showed her. Why would she even show that?
She show.
Brie, she showed her ER visit papers, I guess.
Okay.
She had some cellulitis of the neck, paniculitis. I don't know what that is.
Wait, is this Gypsy or
No, it's
Brie?
Brie. Well, that sucks. Sounds like it's nothing we did.
No.
Okay, here we go. Okay. Let me take this. There's Charlotte. Is that you?
Yeah, it's me. It's me.
Okay, making sure. We don't want to peen.
No, I appreciate you, of course. I just say
Did
that.
Katie Joy want? Did she want to come up? Sorry, I'm just okay because I put it in the. I didn't pin it, but I put it in.
I think she said
she's gonna get her computer ready.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that was funny
Right,
about your Metro and Rich.
Mercury's in retrograde. I am not joking. Watch, the internet's gonna be on fire for however long it's in retrograde.
Yeah. Alexa,
yeah.
How
I'm
long is
telling you.
Mercury in retrograde?
Ask Siri.
Mercury retrogrades typically last around 3 weeks.
3 weeks.
In this time,
Oh shit.
which can cause disruptions and confusion in various aspects of life.
Disruptions
During
and
a Mercury retrograde, it's important to be extra cautious with communication and transportation, as there is a higher chance of errors and miscommunications.
See? See? People better watch out.
Yep, that's what this is
No
all
joke.
about. Oh, Sarah said until August 27th. So yeah, that's 2 weeks.
Lord, here we go.
Or 3 weeks rather.
Okay, so this is some of the PR stuff. Oh, is Bro live? She's live. I bet we can't get in though.
God. Can anybody get in? I can't.
I'm not blocked on that account, but it just says hello Starlight. She's gonna block me immediately.
Right. You can't watch it like out.
Let's see what happens when I go in.
Unblocked.
Okay, let's see what happens when I go in under my Starlight account.
Yeah, that'd be good.
Oh God.
It's for chuckles.
I bet I get blocked with a quickness.
Yeah, record speed.
Oh wait, maybe we can. Can you hear it? I can't hear it.
I can see it.
But if you're on your phone, you can hear.
Wait, search up her name.
I did. Well, sort of. Okay, I see what you're saying.
See, when I type in "Zaddy don't lie" without the comments,
I'm not ready for this bullshit. And press live.
It just blocks.
Oh.
No, it doesn't work. What the fuck?
Shit. Well, maybe I gotta type in. I mean, that's it right there, right?
Yeah, that's the one. Because when I type it in, it just comes up with a blank avatar,
Yeah,
and the
or
name.
I get like old, mentions of her. And stuff.
Yeah, because I got blocked
Try my
for
other
asking.
account.
God damn it.
Hang on, I'll try my other.
Do you
account.
have to follow someone before you can watch the live, or
Maybe that's a
Probably.
No, I wasn't following her, and her live came up. Oh,
sorry, it showed
no,
me.
it came up just pointing to the screen like an idiot.
You followed her.
I
Yeah,
never
fuck her.
followed her.
When you go,
All right, let's just go in. Ready? Here we go.
okay.
God.
She might not notice. She might
Oh
not
shit!
notice.
I gotta switch screens.
Oh God.
Hold on in the backstage. I'm coming. Did I get blocked?
Hope not.
It's on mute.
Say straight up, I was in and out that place. Okay, but when and I was stupid. Like I got him out. It was a whole thing. I was like, what? 2010. I was like,
oh
barely
God,
20 years old.
How long till I get blocked?
Yeah, I was fresh.
I give it 30 more seconds.
2008, y'all. So this is 2010. Okay. But anyways, so when we went to court, he actually like admitted that like I didn't do anything to him, and that the battery or whatever got dropped, which she did mention in her post. But yeah, so it's like she brought up something that is so, I buried that so deep, like, because I would never, like, I was raised by a single mom, and the one thing that I would never do is let a man treat me like that, and I let a man treat me like that one time in my entire life. One time only, and it'll never happen again, which now I'm married. I've been married for almost 10 years. But so it's like, what a low blow, like you want to put like
Oh, for goodness sake.
Oh my God.
That was under a minute.
I thought it was gonna be. I thought it was gonna be shorter. I fucking knew it.
Yeah, it was like 45, 46 seconds. It was under a minute.
Her mods better fucking work harder.
That is ridiculous. I wish it wouldn't tell you who's joined. I know it does, but I think it does it? It says somebody joins.
Why does it
on
keep-
my
Yeah, it
phone.
does.
I got blocked under like one of my I have like a account under a different Google account or whatever.
Me too. I have two.
Yeah, I have my business one, and then I have like just a regular one. And no, it doesn't even have my name on it, and she blocked me in like 30 seconds.
Oh God, how long was I muted?
But
not long. Not long.
Okay.
So she's talking about a post I made today because she's mad.
Oh,
she's
bro.
pressed.
She's pissed. Yeah, because she's like been so busy doxing everyone and like just being a menace really to everyone, and I've never seen Christy align to someone like this before. She's had some people like that have gone out on the streets of TikTok to battle, but I've never seen anyone act like Brie before. And frankly, I never did that for Christy on TikTok. So that was,
You weren't a bulldog for her. And
no, never.
Well, maybe a little bit, a little bit, but not like bro.
No, and I didn't really feel like getting into it. She knew that I wouldn't go at it with other creators. Like she knew that wasn't what I would do. So I don't think I honestly don't think she got necessarily what she wanted out of me. Like I think she liked the size of my platform, but I wouldn't do what Brie would do. You know what I mean?
No, she eats, sleeps, and breathes Gypsy and being her bulldog. Like it's ruining her life. I'm sorry. I'm just gonna say it. I think that she is not equipped to handle this. She cannot even handle people. It's not even a bad picture of her in a clown hat with clown makeup, like using AI. And it's not a bad picture. And I put her on Elliot's face with ET, but it was cute.
I mean, I would say if you're going to be aligning yourself with someone as controversial as Gypsy, you're going to have to be prepared.
You're putting a target on your back. This is what I've been saying. And Brie, and I'm sorry, that's how I even came across her, was because she was one of the only people who was defending Gypsy, and that it caught my attention.
I think like it was easier for people to support Gypsy before she got out. Like,
oh yeah,
definitely.
And so that's where I came. I came from the world before, that Christy and I met in 2019. So it was like she was in the middle of her prison sentence. She wasn't actively creating chaos and tornadoes and fires all over the internet. And she was contained. So it was very mellow, you know, and a lot of our conversations had nothing to do with Gypsy. But when Gypsy got out, it just, everything changed. And I was even having disagreements with Christy before Gypsy got out about what was going on.
So what happened the day you, because you've talked about this a little bit,
Yeah.
but you changed your mind about them. You made a post about them.
Yeah.
And then the next day you took it down.
Yeah.
What happened to make you want to post that to begin with?
I had been like at a breaking point for like a couple months, but I was out of respect trying to, you know, like when you have a friend and you're like, you're watching them go down you're watching them go down a path that's like going to lead to destruction, but you want to give them grace because this is like all new, right? Like Gypsy's just coming out and it's overwhelming for the family too, right? Because they didn't.
Right, it's a big adjustment.
Yeah.
You don't want to be, you know, you're leery, but you want to be supportive, and they'll hopefully figure it out.
Yep.
You're an adult,
but when you had that falling out, one of the things that you said was that Lifetime was trying to use pregnancy as a PR.
Yeah. Yeah. And there was just, we had a long talk in the very early January. Remember when when Lifetime was promoting the first part, like Prison Confessions, when she was actually talking about the actual crime and like she was still in prison. It was like 6 episodes. It aired in end of December and early January. And right along the time that she got released. And you remember how they did all those like get ready with me's and like she and Melissa Moore were like, you can't get something about the haters. That one video where like, can't bring me down. Like,
I'm on a
high right now.
And the D is fire.
Yeah. Yeah. That video made me want to vomit.
Yeah, I know.
And the get ready with me's made me want to vomit. And watching them do like couple goals with her and Ryan. And I'm like, this is
nothing
weird.
was wrong. Like nothing, like, you know, oh God.
Did you see the clip? Sorry, Nicole.
It was just it was all just so trivial, right? Like,
did you see the clip when she told Ryan to shut up?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, and they never mentioned that. Like, of course, Lifetime didn't show it, but if we ever got Ryan on panel, I'd love to ask him about that.
He'll never talk to you, any of us. He'll never. No.
Why is that?
Ryan, come over here and talk to me, Ryan.
I know Ryan wouldn't even talk to me when I was in their lives. Like,
okay, so he has boundaries.
He does. He doesn't. Okay. He has serious boundaries, and I don't think he likes Christy.
Right, Christy doesn't like him because she wouldn't respect his boundaries.
Well, and she can't control him. So I think a lot of people think that like she has this thing for Ken, but it's not like that. It's more like she can manipulate Ken.
Right.
And
yeah, you can tell he's highly manipulatable.
And Abby,
we need to clear this up. Did you really hide Brian laundry in your basement?
No.
I'm joking. That's a joke.
Oh yeah, that actually someone called the police and the FBI, and they showed up at my house and said, "Is Brian laundry in your basement?"
Shut up.
Yeah.
Somebody did that.
Yeah, that was like, remember when he was
yes, I very much remember.
Yeah. And I was like, what the hell? Are you serious? And I was like, no, you can come in.
Yeah, come in and look.
Yeah, come in and look. No, he's not here.
Arlene, send me an email, Arlene, anytime. No rush.
So yeah, what was I? No, so like Ken is also a lot like Bree. Like he's very like argumentative and he's volatile. Like he's not afraid of like getting into fights online. And I think And that is very different than Ryan. Like, if you notice when Ryan was around, they didn't go live very much. Never, actually.
No. Yeah, never. Not until they split up.
Yeah. And then,
Right?
yeah. And things were very like mellow for the most part. I mean, she was getting into fights with Brie. She was causing chaos with Brie, but Brie didn't show up until like February or March. So there was like a couple months where Brie was not.
Oh God, never mind.
She wasn't an entity at all. She wasn't.
Yeah, she was like nothing really. Yeah. But when Brie showed up and then she split with Ryan, everything went crazy. And it was getting messy before then, but Brie added a layer of chaos I've never seen with this family ever. And I've been around and dealt with a lot of their fallouts with creators. But frankly, I didn't get brought into all of that because, again, I wasn't really using TikTok and I didn't even know about Hello Starlight until 2 weeks ago when Brie told me about you.
What did she say?
Oh, she hates you. She hates you because you call her bro.
Oh,
look, I've been called a lot of things on the internet, and bro, I would take that over a lot of.
She's very sensitive about the criticism about being transgender because she's.
It is not a transgender thing. When I type her name, it autocorrects to bro, and I don't like to promote her, so I call her bro.
Gotcha. I mean, I think some people get really cruel about that, and it's
I don't care. Okay, I will tell you this: there are people that have come in my comment section saying really nasty things about her being a dude, and I have deleted their comments.
Yeah, she's obviously I mean, I've seen her Facebook, and because
I know she's not a guy. I know that. There's no doubt.
Huh? She just has. I think she's been a heavy smoker.
It's a Marlboro Red.
Yeah, and I think maybe a drinker. I don't know, but like,
no, if she says she's not, and that's good enough for me.
Yeah, no, she just has she's said she's always been like self-conscious about how deep her voice is. But
here's the thing: when you are on the internet and you are doing something like putting a target on your back by telling us all we're stupid and you're right and we're wrong, then what was my point with that?
People are just they're gonna say stuff. So
yes.
I mean, it was weird because when Brie showed up, it was like, oh wait, but getting back to that, I was telling them like when all those stuff was going out with all those weird things on Lifetime, I was like, what is she, a bad girl? Is this Bad Girls Club? What the
right.
I was like, what the heck are you guys doing? She is not Natalie Nunn. You know, she's not she's not Tanisha with the pots and pans going, y'all ain't gonna sleep tonight. Y'all ain't gonna sleep tonight. Like,
it's a great clip.
I love that clip. I was like a huge Bad Girls Club fan.
Me too. In the early days. Oh my
God. Yes. Way back before it got really weird. But
before it got weird. Yeah, it was such a mess. It was
but Tanisha was like literally one of my favorite. I didn't, but then I got pop off. Yeah, I know. I got so tired. I got tired with Natalie though. Yeah. So anyway, I was like, this is the company that you're aligning with by doing this on Lifetime. You're getting treated like a bad girl, and she's a Bad Girl Club. And I'm like, this is not, I thought you guys wanted her to be taken seriously as an advocate, as, you know, a trauma survivor. I'm like, what do you think a reality show is going to do to help her in any capacity? I'm like, so you're just
that makes it even worse.
It's a documentary, not a reality show. It's like, no,
it is a reality show.
It's not a docuseries.
There was no. The first part, the Prison Confessions, was a docuseries.
Yes, agreed.
But this last episode, those last 8 episodes, that was a reality show. I mean, that's what their contract was. It was reality TV. Yeah. And when they did that, they knew that I cover reality television. They know that I know all about reality TV contracts. And I was like, you're going to hang her out to dry.
Yeah, you're selling her soul to the devil.
Yeah, I'm like, she is going to look like a fool because she's not prepared for this. She's a complete mess. You guys know she's a mess. You can't control her mouth. She doesn't think before she speaks. She's impulsive and irrational. She's vindictive. She plays games. Like, and I said, I thought you guys wanted her to heal.
That was yes.
Do you want her to? Why are you putting all these lights in front of her face? Why are you putting a camera in front of her face?
She comes out of prison the second.
Yeah.
She walked out and there was a camera there.
Correct.
And I'm
Do you?
thinking,
Where can I get those videos?
What videos?
The one of Christy videoing Gypsy.
Oh,
during the
Zora sent them to me. I can.
Are those outtakes like from the show?
Okay, so what I've gathered from what this was is Zora said that they were sent to her because Gypsy said she wanted to share them with her. What I think happened was that if you notice in the doctor's office, she's wearing the same shirt that she had on the show.
With the heart.
Yeah, that super tacky shirt. And I was like, okay, I think what she was doing is they thought if they filmed this could be on the show. But they because they did some of their own filming. But see, what happened was she got pregnant and filming had already wrapped.
Right. And then they added that little.
Yep. So they didn't have anything, nothing that you saw outside of her telling him that she was pregnant and the positive pregnancy test. And then cutting to Ryan and asking him about it. Everything else in there was during Jazz Fest. So it was all before she announced her pregnancy. And then it was weird because they announced her pregnancy and then they went to Jazz Fest, which is like after she says she's pregnant. So it's like that conversation with Ken where she's bawling. She hasn't even found out she's pregnant yet. You know, it was edited very strangely, but it was done that way because Gypsy called them and was like, "Oh, I'm pregnant. Do you want to film it?"
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my.
Well, yeah, because the pushing her to get pregnant, she finally got pregnant, but it was a little too late. So
they were telling her in January.
Yeah.
At least this is what I was told.
Right.
I mean, don't sue me, Lifetime. The Blanchards are known to lie, but they told me that Lifetime was like, wouldn't it be great if you guys got pregnant and it would be a really good cliffhanger for the next season?
That's obviously what the whole show was building up to.
And then when she did get pregnant a little late, they quickly filmed some scenes.
Right.
Yeah, like Ken was a topic of conversation from actually the prison confessions.
Yeah.
And you know how that whole thing transpired? You know how Christy said that, okay, so you know how Gypsy and Ryan went on Nick's podcast and were talking so much smack about.
Yes. They called him a dumb motherfucker. Yeah.
So that was like another turning point for me. Yeah. And so
it was if you're not with me at my worst, you don't deserve me
at my best. Yeah, I know. I said to Christy, I said, they need a filter. I said, Ken isn't here to defend himself. And if you keep bringing him up, you're going to get him to come out of the woods and defend himself. And what happened? That's exactly what happened. We were on the phone and they were like mad at them for doing that because they were like, this is just going to bring, I kept saying to them, like, Gypsy and Ryan are basically like bullying him, right? By all the shit talking they're doing. And they're not, and I don't even like Ken, right? But it's just, that's it. You can't do that kind of stuff when you're like in that kind of position because he wasn't a public figure.
Right. So there's going to be consequences.
Yeah. And I was like, he's not a public figure, Gypsy. You can't do that. It's you have to be mindful of like who you're talking to about on public platforms like that.
Right.
And so when I knew that he didn't have anything to defend himself, I knew it was going to be trouble. And I knew because of the way that Ryan and him had been fighting for years, like this whole thing with them had been going on for years. It wasn't like new. It's been going on for years. Like she would dump Ryan. Then she would be talking to Ken. Ken had a girlfriend. They were like, Ken was never gone, you guys, like ever. And she had like 4 other guys that were putting money on her book.
Yeah, I believe that.
She had so many different sugar daddies. She was like, that's why Brian was like, she picked me, you know, because like she really made them feel like it was a competition.
Right. Out of 200 and all the 200
Yeah.
people who rode her, you know,
Yeah.
me. It's like, dude, you had a good zip code.
Good zip code, and you like were an easy target, right? Like, so yeah, so I'm sure what ends up happening was Christy. I had a conversation with Christy and I was like, this is just, Ken needs some sort of platform. Like, he needs to be able to tell his side. If you guys are going to keep dogging him like that, like, it's not fair. It's not.
He
Like,
was itching to talk, apparently.
no, I mean, I don't know if he was itching to talk. I just think like once Christy and I had that conversation, we had been talking about it for a while. And then Christy, if you notice, talked to Ken and was like, well, you know how they were dogging him out on the podcast? That's where it all started. Like, they wouldn't shut up about Ken. And so,
well, Gypsy wouldn't shut up about
right.
Ken.
But even like, I don't know about you guys, but like, I'm married and I wouldn't want my husband to be like talking crap about an ex, even if I didn't like
You
it.
mean, oh, wait, what?
Way.
Like, I wouldn't want him to do that publicly, like disparaging someone like that. It's just, to me.
Well, no, because she had been playing Ryan and Ken against each other, in my opinion, since
Oh,
she was
yeah,
in
for years.
prison.
Yeah,
She's
for
doing it
years.
in prison, yeah.
Yeah.
And she's doing it now.
Yep.
And
It hasn't stopped. It was only a matter of time. And everyone wants to put it on Christy, like Christy's the one that brought Ken back, but it's not that simple because he was never gone. How do you bring someone back that isn't gone?
He played a huge part in the downfall of their marriage. I don't care what anybody says, she did.
Yeah, I mean,
and Mia had it directly on point. She should have let it go.
Yes, she shouldn't have inserted herself at all. Like, that's the one thing, like the last episode of the season when she got into that fight with Mia, I knew I was never going to talk to Christy again because I was horrified. I would like, that's not the Christy I knew. Her behavior throughout that filming wasn't the person I knew at all. The way she was acting and getting in the middle of things and meddling. Maybe she was doing.
Hear Christy, like in Gypsy's lives that she does now at home. You can hear Christy like right next to her, telling her what to say, telling her who to thank in the chat.
Well, that's because Christy is worried about
stage mom.
She's worried about the money. So she doesn't want them to say anything stupid, right? And like I was just reading through like Fancy's old text messages between her and Ken and Christy. And Christy like telling Ken to go say something and just put a positive spin on it, even to get ahead of a negative story. And just do something positive so it looks good, even though it's negative. And that's all Christy cares about, is making it look positive, because if there's too much controversy that surrounds Gypsy, she's not going to be marketable. And so you have to continue this lie that she was the victim and Dee Dee was the monster. And so they're doing everything at all costs to protect that lie and gaslight. And it's a game that they can't keep up with, because once Gypsy came out, they couldn't control her anymore. She was contained in prison because they could dictate how many interviews she did.
Right.
But once she got out, I mean, Gypsy was
loose cannon.
Huh?
They had a loose cannon now.
Yeah.
Very loose.
She cannot be controlled. I mean, when Ryan was on the show saying no one controls Gypsy, there's absolute truth. Nothing.
Yeah. It's not just that. She doesn't actually possess any impulse control either.
None.
So, yeah. So it's like, you know, she needed guide. Like, she should really have taken, obviously, ideally, she should have taken a break and worked with people like a proper PR team. I know that she is now, but they would have stopped a lot of the damage in her wake.
But they can't control her. I mean, Lifetime couldn't control her.
No, but she wasn't I don't think she was prepped enough to go on to do that. You know, because she's come out of prison, like, regardless.
No, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. And she has no social skills because she has.
Inept. I mean, I'm autistic, but I'm not that. You know, I've got autism, but even Gypsy's more socially inept than I am. And I can see.
I was actually reading about the cluster B personalities today. because that was another like unpeeling of the like unpeeling the onion was I found an article from 2017, and the guy Mark Feldman, Dr. Mark Feldman, the leading expert in Munchausen's by proxy, was interviewed by Springfield Ledger, and they asked him about why is Gypsy doing all these interviews, and he was like, well, this is all manipulation. She grew up being manipulated, and the whole like malingering and the Munchausen's, whatever, that's highly manipulative to get what you want for attention, and that's what she's learned. And there was a line in there, and he said it would be impossible for her to have grown up in that kind of environment and not come out of it with antisocial personality traits or being sociopathic. And
so
I was
you mean malingering, not necessarily.
So he thinks it's
yeah. What is he now?
I don't know what he thinks now, frankly. I think in the beginning of the hype, when everyone was going through the hype of it and the family was being very select with what medical records they were showing people, right. It was easier to push that narrative. I think when you look at the actual medical records, it's clear that Dee Dee lied to all get up. I mean,
sure. Yeah, I don't think anybody.
But once she got to Missouri, it's pretty clear that the doctors weren't doing anything other than pulling teeth and getting her ear tubes, which she needed.
Yeah.
They didn't do any unnecessary surgeries in Missouri at all.
No, and I've been very frustrated about that for a long time since I've seen and known about the medical records. One of the first streams I did on Gypsy was about how she was not a victim of Munchausen by proxy. Right. And I've stood on that, and the more that comes out, it's just I could tell that this was not what I thought it was, because when it all happened, I believed her, and
I do think
the information that's out now was not out then.
Her mom did make her sit in a wheelchair, right? Like
yes, and I don't know about her hair, if she shaved it, if
she did shave it. She did shave it.
Of course she did. She was bald headed, like straight bald headed.
Right. Other cases, there's the Terry Hildebrandt case, or Hildebrandt rather. And if you look that up, she did the same thing.
Frankie.
And there, I mean, but like,
Jesse.
You know how Becca Scoops brought up Lacey Spears, and
yes, that's what I think of when I think of Munchausen by proxy. I think of little Garnet Spears, whose mother was injecting him with
salt.
Yep.
Like, and she was doing it while he was in the hospital.
In the hospital. Yep. That is Munchausen by proxy. Malingering, medical fraud
is totally different.
It's not. So that's why that freaking. It was all an act. It was all a fraud. It was all a con.
Yeah, my son has a feeding tube, and I was in the same feeding tube group that Lacey was in, and his death happened, I think, a year before I was in there, but that group was still reeling from that. And then after that happened, the Blanchard case happens. And so what I can say about what Gypsy's case did to our community is it damaged us, because then everyone started blaming every mom of it.
Oh, yeah.
And it was like, because they were in our groups, then everyone must be suspect. And then everyone starts getting targeted. And then it's a witch hunt that everyone's got a kid that's Munchausen's by proxy. And it was like, I was trying to explain that to Gypsy, and it was like, she didn't care. It was weird. It was like, wouldn't you have empathy for like mothers not be like?
No, because she doesn't have empathy, period.
Right.
She doesn't have that.
I know that now, right?
Right. But she tried to advocate and read off of the fucking pamphlet, that really pissed me off.
Yeah, and she told me that she didn't want it. She was being asked to be an advocate.
By who?
Her family and all the people around her, telling her it would look really bad if she came out of prison and tried to profit off of her crime.
Well, yeah, that's what she's doing.
Do you mind answering this question? It's not too invasive.
We get an answer why I said over a week ago a post and video that she witnessed firsthand Ryan beating on Gypsy and Pro getting. What? No, I never said I witnessed it firsthand. I never said that. I was never in person with them to witness that. and there was never an allegation that he beat her. The story she told us was he charged her and she ran into a and it's the same story that TMZ published. I want to be clear. TMZ published the same story. They said it was going to be shown on the show.
They did say that. Well, I don't know about the physical abuse, but she was so scared she had to hide in the bathroom and call
I never
mom
said
in the
that.
middle of
I
the
never
night.
said that he got. Like, I never said. If I said that, I must have misspoke, because that never happened. Like, but when it did happen, what was happening was they were both yelling. And I do know, at least this was what I was told, and you have to take it with a grain of salt because the Blanchards lie.
But this is how stupid the Blanchards are, especially Gypsy. Right now, Bree is over there showing, quote, receipts for Gypsy being pregnant, okay? The fact that you're out here putting out a fucking receipt that, by the way, looks odd. I'll show it here in a minute. But, like, Angelina Jolie, that's a vast, hold on, let's think of somebody a little. Janelle might do this. Janelle Evans. You know, you're having to post your online shit, whatever, to prove to the internet that you're pregnant. Like, wouldn't the baby coming out of you be enough proof that
Gypsy, I mean, so I can tell you firsthand that what she's doing right now is being directed by Christy and Gypsy. Like, Bree is being told to do this.
Sure. It is so, yeah, of course she is. Where else does somebody get these kind of receipts?
And
they get it from the person supplying them, aka Gypsy.
Yeah, and Bree feels a sense of like importance for that. Like,
weird.
Like, they've trusted me to do this. Like, I'm the golden person. But what Bree doesn't realize is she's the golden person right now. Right. Like, there will be a falling out. Yep. She will do something, or she will wake up and realize they're idiots and liars, or they will catch on to her and be like, oh, your husband is facing felony theft forgery charges. We can't associate with you.
She's a liar, but idiot, if you ask me. That's how they treat her, I think. And I remember that live that she did with Christy when it was after Jazz Fest, and they'd been up to like 5 a.m. I think Christy, sorry, I keep saying Kirsty. Apologies. Christy even admitted that it was around 5 a.m. and she said something. I can't remember specifically what was said. All I remember was Bree's response was quite emphatic. And she said, oh, no, don't you worry, girl. I'll always have your back no matter what's said about you. I'll always cover for you. And I'm like, like, I don't think she's going to be the one that's going to wake up and realize that, you know, I think it's going to be likely the other way around. That she's a useful idiot at the moment, but when she's no longer, like, or when she's served her purpose, she'll be binned off, unfortunately.
I think, like, right now, even this relationship with Bree has, like, really eroded a lot of the relationships that Christy had with other people. And it's changed Christy into a very much more toxic person. And she didn't tell any of us about who Bree was. And so when we started seeing all this drama popping up, we're like, who's Bree?
Yeah, who is?
She is doing nothing but starting a shit ton of fires
that
Gypsy has to deal with.
But Gypsy's like right there behind the scenes telling her what to do.
Exactly.
Right. It's not like,
how else would she be getting
not a victim in this, you know?
No,
but what's happening is that, like,
I think Christy is because Christy does this shit too behind the scenes.
Yeah, she does. She's super involved in that. But what is happening is that obviously Christy can't babysit Gypsy all day. And then when Gypsy's not with her, you know, she's at Ken's or she's with Ryan's, and then she gets with Bree by herself. And then that's when things get really messy. And so then it's like Christy and them trying to like put the fire out, but then half of the friends just think they're helping Gypsy put a fire out. They don't even know that Bree's the one that helped Gypsy cause it, because Christy's not telling anyone who Bree is. Like, I didn't even know who Bree was. And then Christy has a best friend named Vicky.
Oh,
and
I've heard someone else bring this Vicky person up.
Yeah.
Vicky, that was like in her Mother's Day.
Yeah, she was, and she was at the house she was on the show. You saw like she was at the house when she got released or whatever. But even Vicky didn't know who Bree was. Like, right. I remember texting her sometime in maybe mid-March or late April, and I was like, who the fuck is Bree? And like, Vicky's like, I don't know. Like, I guess she like knows Christy somehow. And I was like, where the fuck did she come from? And she's like, I don't know. And like, everything became very separate at that point, because I think they were like, oh, we're getting what we want from Bree. We've got our bulldog now. And Bree got so mad at me when I was calling her a bulldog. And I was like, I'm not calling you an actual dog. I'm like,
she is a bulldog.
But what a bulldog is like someone that's super, super loyal, that goes and fights.
That goes and chews your face off just for looking at someone the wrong way.
Yeah, like, it's, to me, I don't think of it as being a physical dog. I mean, I'm in Minnesota.
No, is that what she thought?
Yeah, she thought we were actually calling her a dog. And I'm like, no.
Oh my God. Welcome to the internet, Bree.
I said, do you know what a bulldog is? Like, where I live, if someone's a bulldog, they're like the person that's like the loyal friend that like fights.
Yeah.
It's a metaphoric phrase of speech. It's just a metaphor.
Yeah.
It's colloquial. It's something that people use. Even we use it in the UK. So it's not a literal dog. So
I mean, doesn't she watch politics? They always go like the political bulldog. Like,
she doesn't watch politics.
I've seen people be other people's bulldog on here for years. I mean,
so
how could you not know what that is?
I know. So I called her to that Kate girl, the other girl that has Munchausen's by proxy.
Kate Marie, yeah.
Yeah, they block anyone, and they will look at your account, Brianna, and they will look at who you're following. If you're following Nina or anybody else they don't like, Morbid, myself, I'm sure there's many others. They will block you for that alone.
She blocked an account of mine that followed no one and had no photos. And
yeah, same. I've got like 3 accounts blocked in there.
And I'm like, now I need to create another TikTok. I don't want another TikTok account.
Well, now I learned how to watch from the outside to where you don't have to click in.
Yes.
Yeah. So
you lose that.
So she got mad that I called her a bulldog to Kate, but Kate put all those text messages out. But then Kate went online and said I was bullying her, because I think Kate.
Okay, let's talk about that for a second. So, yeah Kate. Here's my opinion on Kate Marie. I thought there was something a little. Okay, when somebody takes down their channel that many times, it's like a red flag for me. I'm like, something ain't right here. Why is this person keep hiding their channel and bringing it back, and then they say it's too much, and then they hide it, and then they bring it back, and blah 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 blah.
Yeah.
So we all defended her because she told us she was being bullied by Gypsy, and then you came into the picture and she said you were bullying her.
Mm-mm.
What actually? And did you ever squash that with her to where she forgave Gypsy?
No,
she forgave Gypsy.
I made that post in May, and she made a comment and said that Gypsy was treating her.
What was the post?
It was the one where I was like calling them out in May. You know, the one that you were like, you put that post up and then you took it down. It was that day. And then Kate made a comment, and then I responded to Kate and I said, if you have something you want to share with me, feel free. Like, to me, it's like, if the only way I can learn about what other people's experiences have been with them is to like hear it from them. Right. So I was like, if you want to tell me what your experience was, like, come in my DMs. And some of the stuff she was saying, I was like, okay, maybe. But then other stuff was just like rank speculation or just a hunch, you know?
Yes.
And I was just trying to say to her, like,
said a long time ago that Fancy was bullying her, and she was not.
And, you know, they'll generally tell me if they know of someone or if they hate someone, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they had never brought her up to me before. So to me, I don't feel like Gypsy might have been watching the content maybe, but I asked Christy, and Christy said, I spoke to her once before. The way Christy said it was she spoke to her once before Gypsy got out, and then Gypsy didn't contact her or something. I don't know. But when I talked to Kate, she was like going off about all this stuff. And I was like, well, I don't know about that. And I don't know. And I was trying to explain like from my perspective, what was happening and like what I knew. And then she basically, I talked to Gypsy, and then she somehow then said, I see what you're doing. And I was like, what are you talking about? And she's like, this is a trap. And I was like, what?
It's a trap.
Like, what are you talking about? And then she like blocked me, and then she's
very paranoid.
Yeah. And then she blocked me, and then she screenshotted all of the photos of everything I said. And then she put that out online. And then she lumped me in with Bree and said I was bullying her with Gypsy. And I'm like, I've never heard of you until today. And I never spoke about her after that. So how did I bully her?
Bree's going to have it out for you next.
Well, people just scream bullying, and it's like, stop, okay, stop. You're adults.
I mean, to me, honestly, like, I felt super sad for her. Like, she was telling me about her mom, and I was like, oh, it's
like
horrible.
Yeah.
Huh?
It was like a Gypsy at the beginning,
Yeah, like I didn't.
Somebody. Why would we're caring people. Why wouldn't we?
Yeah, I wasn't being mean to her or anything, but then she was just like, you're going to something or something. I'm going to give this back to the. But honestly, even when I told Gypsy and Christy about it, they didn't feel that. At least Christy acted to me like she had nothing against Kate, and she wanted to support Kate and help Kate and be like, like that's how Christy framed it to me. And that's how Gypsy framed it to me. I had no clue that Bree was like screaming and fighting at Kate. So what I gathered from all of it is that it was actually Bree that was bullying her vis-a-vis through Gypsy bullying her through Bree.
Christ.
And I had nothing to do with that because I honestly didn't talk to Bree for the first time until 2 weeks ago.
Right.
And that was after Gypsy blocked me, and it was after she sent a text telling Gypsy that I wasn't a loyal friend and only she was.
Oh, you can only trust me.
That's what she does. That's what she's been doing to Christy. She told Christy that she's the only person she should trust, that everyone else is only in it for money. Mind you, most of the people that were with them had been friends with them for years. So it wasn't like,
yeah.
Or anything. Yeah, and my channel wasn't built about talking about Gypsy, like I barely talked about her. If there was some update from prison, maybe sometimes I'd be like, oh, she got married or whatever, but it was never anything
deep,
and I certainly wasn't covering all the chaos that was happening afterwards where the hate train started. And I don't mean like hate train in that they're haters, but like the rightful reaction to a criminal be giving like a platform like this. Maybe when the tides turned and flipped and people were the visceral reaction that many of us had watching someone that's committed a crime like that become famous. I actually read an article by a psychologist about it, and they said that feeling is natural. That feeling that we're feeling is the right response we should be feeling.
Rather than somebody with like, say, a borderline personality or somebody like that.
Yeah.
Has wrong responses to the parasocial or antisocial behavior.
Yeah.
Most
like
people have normal reactions, right?
Yeah. The natural.
If I'm confident, show my real face. I don't have to do that for you. Do you understand that? I don't owe you that. Thank you.
Oh.
So yeah,
confident. Yeah, if you confident.
So that was the
I don't
feeling
care what you think. I'm not here to date
those
you.
were the feelings I was having, was like, this is wrong.
Right.
Why are you doing this? This is wrong. It was, to me, it was wrong on so many levels, from the standpoint of making money, from the standpoint of nobody's helping her get better.
Well, that, yeah, I'm sorry, I don't mean to, but when my turning point with that, because I heard about Gypsy, I read the first article, from the get, I knew about the case. And so when I got out and I was watching Prison Confessions, because I remember when she went in, and I thought it was fair. I'm like, that's fair. And hopefully she's known as manipulation.
Yeah.
I'm hoping that she'll learn while she's in prison that, to unlearn what her mother had taught her. And when she said in the first episode, ever since I got in here, the most important thing has been about getting out. And I immediately went, what?
Right.
Shouldn't it have been about healing or unlearning or dealing with the trauma and really coping with what happened and what you did and growing from that, not just getting out. Yeah, that's everybody's what they want to do when they're in prison, if that's the honest answer. But come on. When she said that, I was like, ew. And
Or
like,
did you hear the part where she was like, well, I don't feel like I should have to, I feel like they should give me parole. And they were like, well, why? And she's like, well, my mom's already dead. So keeping me in here isn't going to bring her back to life.
God, I don't remember that.
Yeah, I rewatched it recently because I've been rewatching literally everything. When you're coming out of serious gaslighting, it takes a minute to actually get your bearings. And it's like, I used to pride myself on trusting my gut.
Me too. Yeah, I dated a guy, trust me.
And
Gaslight City, yeah.
Yeah, and when you're being gaslit, it's so hard because you don't even have the time to think.
No.
Because that's what was happening, was every time I would have that practical moment where I would start thinking and pushing back, then a new problem would happen. So then it was then we had to focus on that problem. And it got to a point where
it's a dumpster fire.
Yeah.
Dumpster fire.
Well, and everything they're telling me isn't truthful. So it's when the split happened with Ryan and when Ken showed up and all the then she's got the tabloids on speed dial, and it was Ken shows up and Ken's mom is calling the tabloids, and I'm like, what the fuck? Ryan's mom never spoke to the tabloids. What is going on here? Is this what you guys want?
Apparently.
What are you doing? But regardless, it was rewatching all those.
I'm sorry. The image has not been good. Let's just say that from the get.
Right. Exactly.
From the get. We were expecting this, kind of wounded little bird to come out. And right, when you said this, and I thought maybe the first thing she would do would go into an outpatient program or have some serious therapy, especially since she claimed she didn't get it in prison. Kim Kardashian.
I know.
I would think that was what she would do, but nope. There are cameras right there the second she walked out the door.
I know. It was
weird. The New York trip and the social media posting, it was like, what?
And when she said everyone's going gypsy crazy, I wanted to vomit.
And even, another thing that interested me was when that makes her not a normal person. When she was in Times Square, she'd been locked up for 8.5 years and she didn't find Times Square sensory overload. I mean, people who live in New York City find Times Square to be sensory overload.
Oh my God. It's it's so loud.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. So why wouldn't that bother her? I was like, why are you at home in this chaos and I'm like, she's just not normal. And then
no, she's not. There's nothing there. She's I don't know.
There's multiple screws loose. Let's just say that.
Like I said, I had to do a lot of reading, watching a lot of psychologists. I watched a video by Dr. Todd Grande.
Oh yeah.
I love his channel. And he did a video on the characteristics of what antisocial personality is. And he was describing what that would in the real world, how, like it's easy to talk about like what a sociopath is, but he was literally talking about, well, what would this mean? What would their actions be like in the real world? How would they respond to things? And the way he was describing it, I was like, oh my God, that is Gypsy to a T.
Wow.
To a T.
So that's for antisocial or
yeah, antisocial personality.
Okay.
She has severe mood swings.
Oh yeah.
Too. So I don't know. I mean, I know when they have one cluster B, they can also have like characteristics of the other ones. Generally, they like kind of overlap. Like almost all sociopaths are also narcissists, but not all narcissists are sociopaths. Right. But then you'll also see like overlaps where a sociopath can also have borderline or histrionic, where it's, you know, the over sexualizing of everything. But then if you go through the old text messages with Nick, she says, I think I have bipolar. And honestly, she could be a sociopath with bipolar, to be frank. I don't know.
Just not being treated for it because she doesn't think she needs help. That's the thing about such mentally ill people. They don't think they need help unless they.
I didn't send her any, and I'm not talking.
Well, I was gonna ask you if you wanted to address any. When you come around, people come out of the woodworks.
I know, but I can't.
Anything you want to?
Those people keep accusing me of doing it, and I didn't do that, and I'm not going to say who did it. But I know that I am protected now, and I can't talk about it, and I'm not going to talk about it. But I had no part in any of that, and for any of them to try to claim that I did that is just asinine.
Yeah, I don't know. I have no idea about any of this stuff. Like,
but nothing. I sent nothing to that woman at all.
Yeah.
And
I don't know. I don't even want to know.
Yeah, I don't want to even talk about that. That's irrelevant. Like, I don't even know what. Oh, yeah. So Dee Dee had, I think, schizophrenia. Or
allegedly. Now, until I see her medical documents, I don't believe that.
So one of her sisters, Claudia.
Yeah.
Yep.
She's in a Facebook group that was started the same week everything happened.
Yeah, I think I know which one you're talking about.
And she actually talked about Dee Dee being in a mental health facility, like a hospital. Yeah, for like a couple months. So she did have severe mental illness. I don't know.
I believe that.
What it was.
Well, I believe when Gypsy said that after her grandmother died, she remembers her like smashing all these angels or something. Like I could see that.
Meltdown and
well, as far as like
schizophrenic though.
I think
bipolar. I mean,
I think she was at least bipolar, but you know how they have like bipolar and it can cross over to, I think, schizoaffective.
Yeah, there's a lot of different.
Yeah.
Usually when you get diagnosed with something like that, it's you'll have comorbidities. So for example, like the autism, you'll usually get other things like
yeah, like another comorbid, right?
Yeah, comorbid. Yeah, comorbid, but not in the channel as in you know what I mean?
Yeah, my because like with autism, another comorbid often that comes with it is like ADHD, anxiety. Yeah, my son is autistic.
But there are various varying degrees and different types of schizoaffective and schizophrenia as well, because my partner's father, he has it and he doesn't have to medicate for it, and he is actually he's highly functionable. You know, he's like, he doesn't have any issues.
I mean, with
spectrum.
With the thing that I see when I look at the medical records is I do see a woman that has some sort of severe mental illness, because she'll say, I can't remember anything, or she's always like lying about something. And she's very paranoid and like I don't know, like the way it sounded like from what her family said was that it was either bipolar or like she had bipolar with some like hallucinations, but you can have bipolar and hallucinations and not be schizophrenic.
Right. Oh, absolutely.
Because I have an aunt that's bipolar, and when she when her mood stabilizers don't work, she literally thinks that it's the 1960s and she's calling Lyndon B. Johnson, you know, like, I don't know.
Everybody's different as well. It's
Yeah,
like,
and exactly. It affects people so differently. So I don't know.
My
But
late niece had it, and she died from cancer, unfortunately. But I mean, when she wasn't medicated, I mean, she went from it was her medicated. She was the perfect person, like literally. She was so wonderful and so smart and so everything. And then when she was off, she was running away. That was the thing. She was running away all the time. Like you couldn't keep her from just leaving the house and disappearing, which is so out of character for her. But then she got on her medication and she was back at, Vanderbilt University and pre-med and all of that, but again, it is such a spectrum.
I got to say something real quick.
What
Look,
is this?
everyone is entitled to their feelings. You guys have to understand that I do not know these backstories. I understand people have personal beef with Katie Joy. Trust me, there's like entire channels built on it. I understand. I get it. But you cannot hold me accountable just because I'm having her up on panel. And I agree that a lot of this came out with Fancy, but to her, it's new because she wasn't.
Yeah.
Right, but she wasn't listening to us when we were screaming from the rooftops that Christy and Gypsy are full of shit.
I can go off like my relationship with them, and I mean, I've spoken to them at length about Dee Dee's mental illness. I don't think anyone around them,
right? But it's coming from them, which like to me is like,
but it's her sisters, it's her siblings, it's her father, it's everyone. And if you look at how she behaved and how she would just blatantly ignore what she didn't want to hear.
Right.
She lived in this state of like, if it doesn't suit me, it doesn't exist. And that's just
yeah.
Hold on. So let me address this real quick.
Oh gosh.
Look, I understand that. And I don't know, I wasn't there, so I don't know what she knows and what she doesn't know, but I can still listen to it and make a decision for myself afterwards. You know what I mean? Yeah. I get it. I understand that she's disliked. I get it. And you're all entitled to your opinions. A lot of people were personally
I have
affected.
like literally pages and pages and pages of text messages, phone calls, like FaceTimes. I never met them face to face, but like if you're talking to someone for 3 to 4 hours on a phone call, you do get to know people. I mean, what do they want from me?
I don't know, but I just want them to understand that
like
we're just
Ken doesn't even Ken was on a live and said, I was a friend of the family. What more do you want? Ken is Gypsy's boyfriend and he's not denying it.
Right. Have you seen any proof of medical records for you to make these claims, Katie?
What claims?
Oh, about her mental health history.
Remember what I said earlier about how people don't need to be fighting each other.
Guys, we really are on this.
All I'm talking about is Claudia, her sister, literally said she went to a mental health facility for a couple months.
Right.
Fancy, why don't you come up, Fancy?
No,
I don't want you and Katie were good. I thought y'all were good.
No, I'm not trying to be the leading expert right now, okay? I don't care about that. Like, I'm here to talk about the PR stuff. I am responding to Claudia said this, a sibling said this. I'm just talking.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm not claiming to be an expert of anything.
You didn't claim to have a diagnosis for Dee Dee.
Yeah, I'm not.
A conversation.
From her family.
Just talking.
I'm not trying to be the expert. I'm not trying to be the source. I'm just saying this is what I've learned. Like,
yeah, we're just talking.
It's not that
get distracted, okay? Don't get distracted.
It's not that deep. And I don't want to fight about this isn't a good look. Like, stop trying to control other people's platforms. People have a right to say what they want to say and how they feel. Like, I'm not trying to be the source on Dee Dee Blanchard.
Yeah, and I'm not here to pick sides on anything. Like, I don't know anything about what happened with this person and this person and this person. I've tried to remain really neutral in all of this.
I like everyone, even though
Yeah.
I don't think Anxious Aunt likes us. Like Sir
They
Morgan.
just the haters, my haters will say that I've never met them. I'm saying I have all of their phone numbers. I've been on FaceTime with all of them. Like, I don't know what you want from me. Did I meet them face to face? No. I have a child with a disability. Did they want to meet me face to face? Yes. Was I able to? No. But we had a relationship and I have information and that's what I'm sharing.
Yeah. We're just chatting.
We're
Just having a conversation.
So I don't know. Like I said, there was documentaries that were made where her siblings talked about her mental illness. So
yeah, I mean, we'll never really know.
We'll never know because she's dead.
She's not here. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, towards the end of her life, I think she was being treated for diabetes. And
yeah,
she had gout, I think, and kidney stones.
Yes.
That.
Yep.
And she was in the hospital several times with kidney stones. And Gypsy was like taking care of her
I
more.
don't think she's defaming Dee Dee, guys. She was just saying what she heard. I don't look just because Katie said it doesn't make it true. I don't believe it. I don't think that. I don't know though. Also because I wasn't there. I don't think Dee Dee had it, but
Munchausen's by proxy.
no. Well, I don't think she.
No,
had
no.
I was talking about the schizophrenia thing. I guess.
I don't know what it was. Like I said, I don't know.
Yeah, we don't.
I don't know. I have no idea. I'm only going off of what there's literally. Yes. Well, and there's documentaries with her siblings talking about it. So.
Well, they also said they flushed her ashes down.
I know.
So, I mean, we're just conversating. Just because you say it doesn't mean that everyone has to believe it.
And even if she was mentally ill, that doesn't mean she was a bad person. I mean,
right.
I think it's not that.
No, I think what people have to try. They don't have to do anything, obviously, but it would be if they could be mindful to try and be impartial, because really we truly are only having a conversation. And I know we all don't agree on absolutely everything, because if we did, it wouldn't work. But like, try and put that aside, because we all do have a common goal, and we're all working towards that. In my opinion, that's what I
exactly.
Frankly, I mean, we all agree that she's a victim, right? That can't speak at all.
Oh, Dee Dee, absolutely.
Yeah,
right.
absolutely. Yeah, of course. And it's
she's
like
been villainized, but she's the victim.
Exactly. And there's more that we don't know.
Yeah. Sorry, Starlight. Sorry.
No, go ahead, Charlotte.
I was just going to say, whether people like you or not, that's not the topic of conversation here. The topic of conversation is, about Gypsy, about the crime, about the mother, etc., etc. So I know, like, it's difficult. I understand why people might be upset, because if they have a problem with people, like, haters going to hate, aren't they? So, but let's just remember, we know that Gypsy is a liar, and we know that she did commit a crime, and we know that there were many people were caught up in that, and as a result there was a lot of carnage left in her wake, and Nick never got a fair trial, and things have been incredibly messy, and that's what we should be focusing on.
Yeah, and the reason why, like, I was talking to Zora, who is friends with Gypsy, and like what we were saying is, like, when you come out of this and your whole head is twisted by what they've said, and you realize they're still doing this to people and they're doing it to the public, and you've learned it's a scam and it's a lie, you almost feel a sense of responsibility to let people know what they're doing and what you learned and what you saw, and share your experience so people can understand even more deeply how deep this goes and how far it goes. It's not like I agree with or even believe everything they've told me. I don't.
Yeah. And for the record, nobody's controlling me up here, guys. I'm sorry, but that's nobody is going to come on my panel and control me. I'm just letting her talk. I've been live for 2.5 hours. If somebody else wants to talk, I'm all game for it. She's not whipping me in the backstage and telling me what to do or anything. We're just talking. We're just talking. It's gonna be okay. Nobody's besties. We're not braiding each other's hair. We're just having a conversation. That's all.
What irritates me, and it should irritate the chat as well, if you think about it, guys, this is what Gypsy and our minions and our stands want.
They want this. This is what they want us to
exactly.
They'll be sitting watching.
If we're attacking each other, we're not focused on what the topic is.
Exactly, and they'll be laughing, and so we're giving them, we're giving them content and material, and we're actually,
I will bro over there giving us content.
I understand that like people that have been on this side are going to come at me with a very skeptical lens because they're going to be like, but you were so supportive of them. Like, why are you here now? Like, I totally get that. And I also know that like a lot of people, not just me, I mean, they have the mainstream media snowed right now. Okay. Like they have mainstream journalists completely snowed. They have media outlets and production companies completely conned. So if it happened to me and it's happening to other people, like you have to understand that like you guys saw it, but some of us didn't see it right away, or it just took us longer to like, in my case, I had to safely extract myself because I know how they retaliate. So, I wasn't agreeing with everything that was going on by any means. And did I perpetuate their narrative? Yeah, I'm guilty of that. Do I have regrets?
For sure.
Like, do I have regrets about some of the things I said? Of course. I feel like embarrassed. I mean, I feel like, how did that happen? But
yeah,
if it's happening to me, it's also happening to TMZ. It's happening to People Magazine. It's happening to Lifetime Television because people are buying it. So if people are going to come out of it and actually speak the truth, even if they said things that you didn't like, I'm acknowledging that I fed into it. I'm not denying that. I'm trying to like say, I don't agree with this and I don't want it to continue, and let me help whatever I can do, whatever information I can give, whatever you need. I have 5 years of contact with this family that I can share that might help.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, and that's that's sound. That's the way it should be.
I'm like, the way that they made me feel about Nick is not how I initially felt. Before contact with them, I had a lot of empathy for Nick. I felt wounded for him because he's a child. He was a child, but he, a 26-year-old young man with autism with a 82 IQ. I have a son with autism with a 74 IQ. I could see that's a vulnerable place when you're
Yeah, I'm saying because I'm high functioning. I don't want to make it all about me and my autism, but I wasn't diagnosed till I was 36 because I was born in 81. They didn't back then. I think girls, especially in the UK, it was just not a thing. It was just, I was misdiagnosed, like a lot of women now that are my age that are being diagnosed. But like that's why this is one of the things that sort of like drew me to the case, was the fact that being manipulated myself, even though I'm high functioning and stuff, and you wouldn't know unless I told you that I had autism. Well, maybe you would think I was a bit odd, but fair enough. But like, you like, I'm not saying neurotypicals don't experience this either, but I mean, I have been manipulated into like really bad relationships and stuff, and so I can empathize, and I think that's what you're saying as well, because
of my son. And like, I also have gone through all of his appointments with him with neuropsychology and have understood that like at a certain point on the IQ spectrum, there's this gray area in IQ where they're not considered cognitively disabled. And so it would not be an intellectual disability, but it's also not, it's not at the average. And Nick is like at the cusp, right? My son is actually below average. Nick is at that cusp, and psychologists and neuropsychologists call that a gray area, where they are some of the most vulnerable because they appear functioning enough,
Exactly.
but they also need so much help.
Mm-hmm.
And Nick needed more help. And it just makes me sad that he ended up in that position. And then it also makes me sad that, like, before I met them, I was angry about the fact that he was not giving the same sentence as Gypsy, or there felt like there was such a severe disparity.
It felt very cruel too.
Huh?
I'm sorry. It just felt very cruel.
Do I think he's? Yeah. Do I think he's?
No. I think the Nick. What happened to Nick was just cruel.
Yeah, 100%. You know,
it's not justice. It goes beyond not getting justice. It's like cruelty. It was cruel and unusual punishment.
I feel like there was no understanding from the court about his disability, and like.
And they did. I don't think he was capable of taking the stand, to be quite honest.
No, and I think like
or autism, he has other things.
I mean, when you go back and you see like my very first interviews with when I met Fancy, like I was defending Nick, like saying that people can be manipulated, right?
Oh yeah.
And that it's weird because over the years I completely changed based on what they were telling me. And I'm back to where I was before I met them. You know what I mean? Like, and you don't even notice how slowly it changes. And the way that Ken speaks and all of the fighting he was saying and all those talking points he had about like it's a tornado and it's a volcano, that's their talking point. And that Nick was the one that was the bad one, not Gypsy. And like those are their talking points. And when you hear that over and over and over and over again, and you want to be empathetic to someone that they're claiming is a massive victim, it almost
you. Yeah.
Huh?
They're gaslighting you.
Yeah, and then when you have empathy for people that have been abused like I do, it's like they're preying on that, right? Because then I don't want to question her victimhood.
Right.
No, because then you would be seen to be being insensitive as well.
Yeah.
So you can't win. It doesn't matter. I mean, there are people that have changed their stances and their viewpoints from when they first started and they first learned, or like you and Fancy, for example, because I know you like Fancy's been just part of it for a very long time. But I think even Fancy would agree that some of her.
Ooh, Charlotte, we're losing you.
So it doesn't matter. Like, ultimately, if we're all at a conclusion, which is like the reality of the situation, and not like the gossip and the drama part or whatever, or just, and like, I don't know. I wish people were just able to put, you know, their biases aside and just look at it, because it is like what Nicole said there.
I think it's just such a highly charged topic, and I think when you have someone like the Blanchards really trying to control the narrative, it makes it very difficult to even come out against them, because you have to understand that I'm getting it on both sides right now. Like, the people that are still gaslit by them are calling me like I'm picking on an abuse survivor and I'm obsessed. And
unfortunately, you're a very polarizing character, and sometimes that will work in
your favor. I think
sometimes it won't. You know what I mean?
I don't agree that. I think I have a loud minority of people that talk. I have a channel that is very healthy, and there's a lot of people that enjoy me. And there's
no, I'm not saying they don't. I'm just saying like polarizing, not in a negative sense, in a sort of way that you've probably got very, very people that really, really support you, and overly so, and then you've got the other side. It's like there's no happy medium is what I'm trying to say. There might be people that are. That's what I'm trying to.
Well, yeah, I mean, the topics I cover are polarizing, right?
Exactly.
So I talk about patriarchy and cults and abuse within patriarchal systems, and I'm a feminist, and I'm an atheist, and a lot of
I'm totally with you on that. I'm the same.
Yeah, so I think
I'm agnostic, but yeah, whatever.
Yeah, like when you're that way and then you're a female,
Yes,
of course, like I'm gonna be. There's a whole subset of the internet that hates feminist women, you know?
Oh, yeah. We're evil. I mean, I
Yeah.
don't want to get political, but you know, JD Vance.
I mean, yeah, I understand that. And I know that a lot of my haters are Christian fundamentalists. I mean,
there's a lot of that on TikTok.
I cover the Duggars and Sister Wives, you know, so a lot of Christian fundamentalists and Mormon fundamentalists don't like me.
Yeah,
I think I came across you.
You know how, I'm not going to get into that, but you know how hypocritical that can get.
Yeah.
You know, I can't.
I think I came across your channel that I recall of the first time was when you and LB had like a huge falling out over some crazy shit. That was like 4 years ago.
5.
Yeah, that was crazy. That was the first time I came across your channel.
Yeah.
Over Teen Mom. I don't remember what was going on. Something with
there was some outside influences interfering in that.
Yeah. What's his name?
I don't
fucking
Matt Bear.
Yes, that weirdo guy.
Yeah, I mean, he was
whatever happened to him.
I don't know. He was this huge contributing factor to that mess. But yeah,
there were like 2 guys at the time. When wasn't there another one?
Yes, I don't want to say his name though.
Okay.
Yes. Unfortunately, I mean, I don't have anything against Leslie.
Who's Leslie?
Elle.
Oh yeah, no.
That's how I know her. I know her as Leslie, so I have nothing like against.
Yeah,
Leslie.
it was Leslie Bass.
Yeah,
back in the day.
But yeah, I have
her channel name for the record.
I have nothing against her. Like that's like so old to me. Like I
know. Yeah.
I just don't even get involved in that kind of stuff anymore. It's like I've just put my head down and I do my work and I do my videos, and you know, I understand that I'm a polarizing person, but at the same time, in this case, like I'm just sharing information. I'm not.
Right.
It's not about me, really. This is not about me at all.
We're just having a conversation. I don't know why everybody's so upset.
It's like I know that y'all don't know this person, but it's like when Laura Perplexed comes on people's panels and the fucking chat just.
Well, I'm coming into a subculture that the KJ haters have all infiltrated. So it just, I'm disrupting that because they'll take the opposite position of whatever I'm doing. So because
that's why I said this is going to get crazy because we got communities colliding
right.
over
so
here.
What happened
that's exactly what you said.
So what I'm saying is like, if I stay too long, they might go back to supporting Gypsy. I mean, I don't know that because they seem to take the opposite position.
That's what I'm afraid of. I've noticed that.
They take the exact opposite position of whatever I do. So,
well, it's like when Ryan Lee was with Fancy and then they got into an argument. So Ryan immediately jumped sides over to the Blanchards. And I'm like, well, is that necessary? I mean, what changed your mind so quickly? Just because you had a
okay, so Ryan Lee, I don't even know who she was. She showed up in one of my lives, but I knew for the longest time that like Christy hated her. And then she was like, and then she was talking about being friends with Christy. And then she was in my live trying to talk to me about Christy. And I was like, I can't talk to you. You're not safe. Cause like, I'm not going to talk to anyone right now that's like loyal to them because they'll just try to draw me back in. And that won't work. Like I can't do that.
Yeah. Well, yeah. And you don't need that kind of energy, you know?
No. And when the reason why it's so hard to extract yourself from them is because when you get a foot away from them, they have like 20 people that it's like are trying to draw you back in. And it's very like cult-like how
it seems weird. Like a Bayou like crime family.
Yeah, it is. It's like it's like a crime organization or a cult. I don't know. I joked and I said Christy Blanchard's like a cult leader, but I was joking because I was reading a book by Dr. Janja Ladelich, who is a cult expert. And it's called Take Back Your Life. And she was writing about how narcissistic abusers are also like have the same traits of a cult leader. And so they use the same tactics. And so because I cover cults, I recognize how what they're doing is very similar to what happens in cults. And, you know, so it's like, I now understand why they keep using the same talking points. It's repetitive. Everyone says the same thing. I mean, you hear them all say the same things.
Yeah, we do.
So
yeah,
when,
like that JP Miller, he's one, isn't he? You that pastor, what's his face?
who?
Guy. JP Miller, the pastor, he's one.
Oh, I don't cover him.
No, I know, but like he has those traits that you just discussed. He has.
Oh, I don't.
The pastor guy that.
Oh,
with
Mike Miller.
I've stayed away.
Oh, yeah, that guy. Yeah, okay.
I've stayed away from that whole
He's
story.
a narcissist, but like, and a sociopath, and possibly.
Oh, he's crazy. Yeah. Did you see the footage of him on the grass, just like lying?
Yes, I played that one day, and I was like, "What the fuck is happening right here?"
I don't want to see Jesus.
I stay out of I try to stay out of stories where there's like unconfirmed stuff where I can't because of lawsuit. In the past where it's
I think I'm just saying with this story, I think it's gone further than maybe there should be a Micah's law. I don't want to get all into that, but I do think that there's not a conspiracy that she took her life, and that's unfortunately what happened.
Yeah, I think it's because she was married to like a psycho.
Well, you do know that. I mean, I think if you know about narcissistic abuse, that victims of narcissistic abuse have.
That's why there should be a Micah's law.
Yeah, they have a higher rate of death by.
Absolutely. Oh, trust me,
because once you leave a narcissist, you lose your identity because they take everything from you and they beat you down and strip you of your soul, and when a narcissist is getting rid of you, the devaluing part is so.
Oh, I know.
It's like you do it slowly and as well over time. It will happen very slowly, very over time. Because I have personal experience of this, and you don't actually realize it happening at the time. Like they'll isolate you from your friends, and then they'll I used to go to the gym when I was able to go to the gym and I was healthy and stuff, and they would comment, why are you going to the gym? And they'd try and be like, oh, is it because you're going to look at guys? And it's like, no, I'm going to the gym to work out. Oh, you don't need to work out, you're fine the way you are. And of course I put on weight, so then it was like I wasn't as attractive to other. The way that they operate is and then at the end of it, you're like, I went in a very strong person, and 17 years later,
and you come out you come out like a shell of who you were before.
Yes. And then just again, I'm in therapy because of for a lot of reasons, but they break you down so much. You feel like you can't get out.
So
I know the struggle.
So when you see this, a good crossover would be when you see
hold on, I gotta preach to my friend here real quick.
You should go for it.
Now I've known Ash forever, and she loves to come in here and stir the little pot. She knows how we feel. But I want her to understand what we're saying about Nick. Nick deserves a fair trial. He's got an appeal out there. He did not get a fair trial. He had the most shittiest defense attorney possible that could have even been working against him.
Yeah, he was.
That is all. No, I'm not saying Nick didn't do anything wrong. He should be released with no supervision. No. He deserves a fair trial, number one. And it would be great to see him in a facility that is more adapt to his learning
to his
difficulties.
Needs. Yeah, I mean, he has he can, but oh god, it's again. If you look at other cases that are similar to this, the planner and the killer got the same sentence.
Yeah.
So why is this different? Remember when
I find it odd that I find it odd because in Minnesota, if you're the person, oh god.
Sorry.
I didn't see the comment there.
It was hilarious. That was my favorite thing that happened last night. It had one on deck.
Ken got so sassy last night.
He was so sassy. But and then someone did a stream today. I'm not going to talk too much about it, but they had somebody come up on panel. They were reviewing Morbid stream, and they had some person came up on the panel and said that they know Bear Cowboy, and he's some troll from over on Periscope, and he's been doing this for years and blah blah blah. I don't know if any of that's actually true, but they were trying to debunk it. It was
Did
said
he actually send
all,
proof? Did he send proof to anyone?
who Bear or Cowboy?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, he
said,
said it.
yeah. Go ahead.
Did Cowboy send? Did he send his video? That would actually be a crime to send to anyone.
Not the video, but he did
But
send a
he's-
screenshot
talk
of the
about it.
timestamp that Ken was begging for. He's like, "Send me. I want to see the timestamp on that, the grinder thing." And then he did produce a timestamped thing that would show where Ken's location was going to be. The whole, I don't know how grinder works exactly, but it showed his picture where. And what I also find interesting is that Ken brought up Cowboy knew the hotel, and it turned out the hotel where they met.
Mm-hmm.
And Ken works
When
there.
Ken said, or Bear or whoever, when he said, because I go to Dallas often, and he said that, and I looked up to be specific where it was, and then Ken confirmed that was like the same one he worked at. It's hard to think that was a coincidence, but fuck, I don't know.
I don't know either, but he did produce a time-stamped, something from Grindr that Ken was asking him to produce.
I mean, I know that just from my knowledge of the family and like the rumors that the rumors about Ken's sexuality aren't new. I mean,
right. He had those accusations in like
these accusations were going around in 2019, and Christy was like freaking out, about it. So
and it's not even so much that, it's like just he's a cheater. If he's a cheater, he's a cheater. Who cares who he's cheating with, really? I mean, who cares about the sexuality?
I don't.
So
I
up in
frankly
arms over the gay jokes. I was like,
I mean, I don't think anyone
on.
should be like, say, Gypsy, be careful, because Gypsy's cheating too, and she'll have like 15 guys on the side. I mean, why does anyone feel sad for Gypsy? She was a pillow princess, right? Or so allegedly. God, I wish Zora could tell you some stories.
She was really
firecracker. That
Zora was telling me a story about, because I have these inklings about, because they're from the bayou, and
I know where the bayou is. They're Cajun.
And you know how like there's some themes that can happen in real bayou southern areas about racial disparities.
Oh yeah.
Well, that's what Zora was saying. She said, "This is according to Zora." She said in one of her lives that Gypsy's a racist.
Yeah,
but I mean, I don't know if that's true. That's just what Zora said.
Nick was really liberal, and Gypsy found his politics offensive.
Well, Becca Scoops in his video when she said his political bullshit, and then you went and looked at the pages he followed, it was like animal rights.
Yeah, he's like a bleeding heart liberal. He's just like a humanist or whatever.
Yeah.
They're not. They're like very conservative, but they don't outwardly talk about politics.
Right. Well, and Gypsy did say something about, non-binary, men, women, non-binary, and somebody went, "Oh, Gypsy's woke," so I don't know.
I feel like Gypsy will say whatever she knows.
Yes.
Like Gypsy will say whatever she thinks she needs to say.
I was going through my screenshots today, and it was an old post that Gypsy had put up, I think in January, and it was like, if you're non-binary, like
right, that one, I think, yeah.
I was like, what are you doing? Like, that was so weird.
I don't. Sorry, guys. Sorry to interrupt. I just wanted. I don't know why. Like, I'm doing a flip ADHD flip here. I saw a video. Maybe it's old news. Maybe it's old hat, and you've probably seen it. But Adaptive Kate, the one where she's sitting, I think outside, and she's crying, and I think it's quite a recent video, and she's claiming something about somebody had accused her of not having like her like how do you put it? Sorry, I'm not a parent. I don't know how to put it, but like not possession of her child, but that kind of thing. Did anybody see that? It was like she was crying, really crying quite badly.
Who was?
Who was? I'm sorry.
Adaptive Kate.
No.
Oh.
What happened?
It was today I saw it. It came up in my feed, so I clicked on it to see what she was saying, and she was claiming that I think something about CPS and something about her not having her kids and that kind of thing, and it's like something. Is
that new?
It is quite. It must be, because I thought you guys would have probably seen it before.
I didn't even know who she was until that one day, and I haven't followed her since. So
now she's making bizarre videos about like how her leg was really amputated. It's supposed to be a joke.
Did anybody in the chat see that video?
She deleted it.
It's just really strange. Like she's really like in it and stuff. You know.
How I lost my leg to a beast thing.
Those.
Oh, that yes, I was talking about that the other day.
It's stupid. What? Hello.
Oh, I'm sorry. Was that music? Sorry.
Yes.
I'm sorry. That's her TikTok.
I see.
On YouTube, sorry. The video was on YouTube. In fact, if you if you bear with me one moment, because I have got my TV on, so if I just make sure I don't turn the volume up, I can go into my history.
Isn't she friends again with Gypsy?
Yeah.
Whoops.
Yeah.
I hate that's the thing about TikTok is the autoplay stuff where I'm like, or when you just want to search and it pulls up live, and I'm like, I don't want to see some random person that I've never met before.
That's
like
weird.
It's some lady named Alaska that had a doll by her head, and it was very strange. It was like a child. You know those dolls that look like real?
We wound up with on Sir Morbid. A woman came on panel and she makes those. I don't know how that. I mean, that
was the strangest live I've ever seen. It was like she was like caressing the doll, and I was like, "This is really weird." And it just kept popping up, and I'm like, "I don't know who you are, but I'm blocking you. Like, I don't know what this is."
Crazy town.
That's the part about TikTok I don't like.
Sorry,
yeah, there's a lot about TikTok I don't like.
I found the video. It's by it's by Haiti Joyless.
Oh, Haiti, yeah.
Yeah.
He's not happy right now, I'm sure.
Yeah, the video Kate Marie doesn't want you to see. It's 6 minutes 59, and it's it's just, I think she's talking about her children and other accusations that she's actually made towards other people, I think. So it's kind of, I don't know. I just like Starlight said when she kept putting her TikTok up and taking it down, and it was like there's something not quite. Yeah, it's like, come on now.
I haven't paid much attention to her. I've only talked to her that one time. I know that she said that she tried to talk to that doctor, Dr. Mark Feldman or something, once.
I don't know who he is. Sorry.
He's the leading expert in Munchausen's by proxy or whatever.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Okay.
I would imagine that all of this, like right now, is a confusing time for anyone that's been a victim of Munchausen's, because it's like probably bringing up their own trauma, and then like
it's triggering. A lot of people are triggered.
Yeah, and yeah. Like I feel so much empathy, because I can't imagine, like, if you're brought up that way, and your parent that's who your primary caregiver is so maladaptive with their own behavior towards you.
Yeah.
Like, it's kind of like, how do you even like process your own life and like create your own positive, like, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah, Katie, there's a really good book. I actually reordered it because I read it in 2007. This was before anything, was really out there about Munchausen syndrome by proxy, and it's called Sickened. And, so this woman just wrote a book about how her mother treated her, and it's very telling. It's, that's a real story of Munchausen syndrome by proxy, because again, it was before anybody knew anything about it.
Yeah.
And really, I suggest it to anybody. I ordered it, and it's kind of on back order just so I can have a hard copy again. But
I used to cover cases of these, like when I was writing and stuff, and like, so Gypsy's story just doesn't follow the same patterns as like the other stories that I've covered, because usually the child is either almost nearly killed or they end up dead.
Right.
And I just didn't see that same pattern, because it really appeared like Gypsy's mom wanted the free stuff more than anything.
And true people with Munchausen syndrome want attention from the medical community. They don't care about financial gain. They don't want to go on trips. They want to be in a hospital.
Yeah. And did you look at the medical records where it's like, mom's fine with current course of action, like,
yeah,
it doesn't feel like Dee Dee's like arguing much with them or whatever.
Right.
I don't know.
But surely it's like, I don't know. I don't know. I've not looked into this enough, but I find it difficult to believe that you can accurately diagnose someone posthumously. So
you
can't. Yeah.
I mean, even the leading doctor of this, the psychiatrist that knows the most about it, said he can't.
Exactly. So,
well, no, as a professional too, you can't say you can't diagnose somebody who you haven't treated.
And even he has said that it crosses over so significantly into malingering that it's hard to distinguish. Like, and if you watch one of the interviews he did on one of those shows, he says like, Dee Dee didn't poison Gypsy, or, she wasn't doing the typical things that a perpetrator of MPV would do.
Right. Well, that's this woman in the book sickened. Her mother would give her like matchsticks to suck it up for lollipop. She was constantly, and of course with Garnet Spears, Lacey was poisoning him with salt.
Yeah. It's for people that aren't very sort of familiar with it, and who would be, because they're so rare. Both of those.
It is a very rare thing too.
Yeah.
Right?
Like you can understand, you can understand how people could get confused with the overlap between malingering and Munchausen's by proxy, because they are so similar, but the end result's like different. Sadly for the Munchausen's people, it's usually the proxies. They don't survive. So
right.
But we know. I mean, it's not just that. There are other. There's tons of evidence out there that I'll never be convinced that she is a victim of MBP or Munchausen's that's it, Munchausen's or fictitious disorder by proxy, whatever.
Well, if you like, what I think is interesting is when you watch all of the documentaries about them, and in my own conversations with the family, they never talk at all. Oh no.
Hold on, I was muted. What's going on? I don't know. Hello.
Hi. I just wanted to ask Katie why she flipped once she got blocked, because she's known about the case, and she was even refusing to promote Becca Scoops, and now she's exposing everything because she got blocked.
Okay, that's a fair question, I think, right?
The audio was bad. I really can't.
He was asking.
I heard it, but I don't want to speak to that account. So like, I'll answer it, but I don't want to speak to them.
Okay.
That's fine.
So what's the reason? If she knew the case, if she knew the pictures existed, she actually betrayed Fancy to chum up to Christy, but now that she got blocked, now she's flipping, and she knew all of this up until she got blocked, because she even stated that she was basically spinning the narrative for Christy.
Okay, can you like remove her from the panel?
Okay.
And she deletes comments that ask her that, because she's never confronted, and she always wants to control the narrative. So now we're asking her and hold her feet to the fire, because she's a truth seeker. So tell us the truth, KJ.
I don't know. I can't understand the audio so bad. I'm sorry. I can't understand.
Can you like get? I don't want to speak to
Yeah,
her.
give me a
I'll
second.
answer the question, but I'm not going to speak to her.
Don't speak to me. Just answer. We're asking
No.
you for the truth.
I'm not speaking when you're on this panel.
All right, I'm going to put you back
controlling the
stage.
narrative, controlling everything. You like to just control. You don't like to be kept
Hold on, your
accountable for
audio
everything.
is really hard to hear you. So I'm just gonna put you backstage so she can answer your question real quick. Okay.
I don't appreciate that account. They're
I don't know their channel. I haven't looked at it. I don't have a clue.
That's my photograph. That
okay.
WOACB is my channel. Like their entire existence is to troll and to harass.
Okay.
And they are the most black and white thinker in the world that thinks that no one's allowed to change their opinions ever.
Okay.
And I don't.
Uh-huh.
I will answer the question, but I'm not going to be forced to like that person bullies me relentlessly, exists to bully and troll. Like they think they're doing something righteous when they're really not. And if it made her feel better to yell at me like that and say, you made a mistake, Katie, you're a horrible person, thank you.
Okay, that's understandable. I get it that there's channels out here that are dedicated to calling you out. So, but I do have Fancy here, and I just want to bring her up so maybe y'all can.
So let me just answer the question. Like I did not like only turn on Gypsy because she blocked me. That is the narrative that Gypsy wants and can want people to believe that it's somehow, and they did the exact same thing to Fancy. It's like, it's how they control the narrative and the concept that everyone wants a piece of them and wants fame from them. And that the minute they block you, then suddenly you're like going to turn on them. And that's not what happened. Like I wasn't blocked by Christy. I wasn't blocked by Vicky. My relationship was never primarily with Gypsy. It was always with.
But wait a minute. You're stating that the whole reason that they're coming after you is because Gypsy and Ken blocked you. So you didn't have a falling out with Christy. You didn't have a falling out with Vicky. You had a falling out with Gypsy. But now you're going to say that Gypsy wasn't your primary focus and it wasn't your primary.
No, that's not what I said. Okay.
I'm confused. I'm trying
to. No,
clarify.
can I finish what I'm saying?
Sure, Katie.
Hold on, we're just gonna talk it out, right? You know,
I never. Gypsy was never my primary friend. I was friends with Christy.
You don't have to talk to me like that, Katie. You don't have to.
You came on here yelling at me.
No, I did not. I asked you a very simple question and I was not yelling, ma'am, and I'm still not yelling at you. You have been condescending and rude to several people and you're being condescending and rude to me right now. Now, I have several questions for you. One of those is could you please explain to me why in 2019, when we told you this on a podcast, that you decided to tell me I was absolutely crazy and then decided to reach out to Christy yourself and then decided to put my mugshot and call me a felon when you know I'm not. You're not doing any better today than you were then, Katie. You're sitting up here making defaming comments about Dee Dee that you have know nothing about. You still don't understand her medical records. You still don't understand how this family works. And all you have done is cry and boohoo about how it's all poor Katie and you're just
I have not.
No,
I have not. No, I have not.
You wanted me to let you finish. You will let me finish. You are not like me, Katie. You are not. You perpetuated this lie further than anyone out there. Oh, I see. She's 100% unable to take any type of accountability for herself. Good job, Katie. Good job.
Well, there she goes.
There she goes. No, she won't take any accountability. She is trying to pretend.
Well,
no, let me finish, please.
Okay, go ahead.
She's trying to pretend that her story is the same as mine, which is why she reached out to me, which is why she's trying to use my name and say they did this to Fancy. No, What they are doing to her and how she is feeling and how she is handling all of this is not the same. Now, I tried to give her the benefit of the doubt, Starlight. I told her
Yeah.
that I understood her journey. I understood her pain. I was waiting for her to make good on all of this. But so far, all she's done is run around boo-hooing and being kind of shitty. And I even defended her when Ken went at her. I won't
See, I've
anymore.
missed a lot of this.
Yeah, I have
You
too.
know, yeah,
And
and
I love you, Fancy. I'll always love you. It's
yeah, you know, I got your back, Fancy. I wasn't scolding you. I
No,
was not scolding you.
it was the way you said it, and it because it absolutely was defamation of Dee Dee. There is no confirmation whatsoever that Dee Dee has any type of psychological disorder.
Oh, I agree.
And I have spoke with the family. I sat down with the entire family when I went down there and asked them about those things, and they told me no. When I talked with Suzette recently with Amy for our book, I asked Suzette, who's been her friend her entire life, can you
Oh, her
please
friend,
find out
okay.
from the family if that ever happened or if you recall it happening? And she came back and told us no. In fact, she says it confirms that in my book. And that's Suzette, her best friend. This is some bullshit that they have tried to put out there. And even if it is coming from her family, her siblings, they are known scammers and liars too. When I said that nobody in this is a reliable narrator, I wasn't fucking joking. That's all.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, that's where I'm at. And Katie's going to run around and try to pretend that she's telling the truth and that she's now on a truth quest, but yet you're still going to come out here and try to promote misinformation about Dee Dee when you have no way to prove what you just said. I'm sorry.
Well, I wish
I don't
Katie would have
respect
stayed up so I could explain to her the reason I let Fancy come up is because look, Fancy, we started talking right before Gypsy even came out of prison.
Yes.
Fancy
Well,
has
I
never
mean,
done me
I
wrong.
restarted
I've
talking.
had
I
Fancy's
restarted
back.
talking.
Yeah,
Yes.
I love Fancy.
And
I'll always have her back.
when
because-
everyone was turning on Fancy and trying to get me to, I was like, no,
Nope.
because I have not seen inconsistencies in what I know. And I don't know Katie like I know Fancy. So to me,
I know
like Fancy
Katie.
has a place on, you know, she always can come up. I'm always going to let her up.
Right.
So this isn't about choosing sides. I don't want posts made about me. I'm trying to be fair here. And I think it's
You
fair
didn't
to
run
let
her off.
Fancy come up.
You didn't run her off, Starlight. She ran off
No.
because she did not like the fact that I was holding her accountable. I did not attack her. I didn't call her names. I simply said, why is this what you're doing? And then how can you even state this? And what did she do? She ran. Because that's what KJ always does. She ran the first time when I interviewed her and told
rage
her
quitting
in
isn't a
2019.
good look, but
Well, I was hoping y'all could talk it out. Yeah.
I'm confused.
Well, I've been talking to her. That's the thing. I've
Fancy.
been talking to her for ever since this happened. I was the first person to talk to her about it, I think, because I knew what she was going through. I know the fall from grace. But what she's doing is unacceptable because she's still promoting the misinformation. If you want to say, I don't know what Dee Dee might have wrong with her, I don't know that she was this or that. She's sitting here calling her and saying, I think she has bipolar disorder. How are you even qualified to even say that? And how in the world are you even basing it on anything other than what Gypsy has said? Nothing. There's no proof to it at all.
Well, she claims to have spoken to family members. Do you not find is that not true?
I don't care if she has talked to family members. The family members that she talks to are known liars. They've changed their stories throughout this whole thing.
Well, and correct me if I'm wrong, Fancy, but I do know that oh God, can y'all hear my dog? He's chewing up a water bottle.
No, I
Okay,
can't hear you.
let me know if he's being loud and I'll get him out of here. Oh my God, quit. Okay, anyways. So, I know in the beginning when things were kind of just popping off again on Facebook before it turned into TikTok and all of that, Katie was, putting out your mug shots, doing like an expose on you. So wouldn't it be frustrating to you now that she's basically what you've been screaming about for years about this case can so easily be taken by somebody and used everything
That's
you
what I
have
just asked
done.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I asked her, why are you now turning this way when I told you this in 2019? And instead of listening to me and doing research and finding out exactly what I told her was true, instead, she ran to Christy Blanchard. She freaking boo-hooed to them and said I was beating up on her after I had literally said in that interview with her that we were on a media truce with the Blanchards and we did not want any of the information that we shared about Christy or Gypsy that had just come out shared out with the public. And she said, fine. And then the first thing she did was run and share it all with Christy and the public. And then she immediately started on a smear campaign. You know, I was willing to forgive all of that because I believe that she was under some sort of spell, like we all are. Okay.
Right.
But she is not proving to even be any better today than she was 5 days ago. I'm
I
sorry.
want to
I tried to give
address.
her the benefit of the doubt.
I get it. And I think you have every right to feel how you feel. So
Thank
someone in the chat said Fancy is not the only one with information. No, maybe not, but she's the closest I've found to
Yeah.
the
Well,
source. You
can I
know,
say
I'm
something?
sorry.
Can I say
You
something?
had all the information from jump.
From the beginning, and you could have blackmailed the Blanchards, and you didn't. You gave it
Oh,
away
we
for
got
free.
Can I
down the
say?
rabbit
Can I
hole
answer
at
now?
bedtime. Yes.
Can I answer
Hey,
now with
down the
that?
rabbit hole at bedtime. Just wanted to
Hey,
say
down the
hi.
rabbit hole.
I'm gonna pin her
So here's the
comment.
thing with that.
Most of the stuff I've read,
I'm not the only one with the information, but do you know why you have the information? You have the information because of two people and two people only, and that is me and Natasha Cooper. And I know how Hello Starlight feels about
Blech.
Natasha. I know how you feel. I
The
know
way
how
y'all
you
feel about Katie Joy is how I feel about Natasha
I
Cooper.
understand that.
That's your.
But
That's
you have
right.
to admit that we are the two pioneers that put the information out for everyone else to consume. Every document you have, everything you've ever
Yeah.
seen publicly, unless you put in a FOIA yourself, came from me. I'm not smarter than you. I just did the homework.
Right, and you didn't profit from it. You didn't.
Fancy. If it hadn't been for you and Starlight, I wouldn't know the amount that I know today.
Yeah.
And that's all I'm going to say.
Yeah.
So,
And everything I know, I got from Fancy. Yes. Sorry.
you're the two people that I consistently watched for months.
Me too.
Good sort of like, picture of what was going on. Yeah. And
Well, she should be in trouble of getting KJ should be in trouble of getting in real trouble because she's the first person that put my mugshot out there and said I was a felon. So yeah, she should be worried. And I was willing to drop all of that. Now I'm not.
I'm not two-faced. I won't be two-faced. I'll be honest with you guys. And I don't know if KJ, I think she knows this. I'm not fond of her at all. I mean, I knew way back when the Steve McRae thing was going on. I've seen how she's behaved, and some of her behavior has been really
deplorable.
Yeah, but that doesn't. I can put that aside because ultimately,
To talk,
just have a
I was willing.
conversation.
Yeah, ultimately, I was willing to do that too. But she has not proved to be trustworthy or to have changed in any way, shape, or form. She's just now creating a new narrative of lies. That's
yeah,
it.
well, she did rage quit when you came on. I mean, that's
exactly it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Can I ask you a question, Fancy?
Yes.
It's I'm not sure if you know me. I do follow you. My name is Nikki.
Hi, Nikki.
I have a question. Okay, so I've been following you for a long time. I mean years. And you remember when you had Katie on panel. It was you and Brandy at the time.
Yes, it was.
Okay. So that's when I can't even remember. That was a long time ago.
It's 2019.
That 2019. Okay. So
Yes,
I was
ma'am.
watching you then and I did watch that video. Now, I'm only asking this because I'm getting very frustrated with Katie and her lies.
Yes.
And people saying to me, no, she didn't say that. What are you talking about? Okay, so my question is, did she or did she not claim that because her son is autistic, that he can commit murder?
Yes, that's what went viral. That's why she hates me. That's why
Thank
she hates
you.
me. That clip right there, someone
Yes.
clipped that. Okay, what happened is, like I said, I told her I was not going to release that. Then she went public and started smearing me. And so
Yep.
the people that do not like her came to me and asked me, begged me to put it out. I put it out, then I took it down. I put it out, I put it down because I was so, I didn't feel comfortable with all of it because I had said I wasn't going to use it, but she kept on. And so then I decided to leave it up. And yes, that was exactly what was clipped, and it went viral.
It
And then
did, because I put
after
it on
that,
my channel as well.
yep, after that
Absolutely.
is when she started a smear campaign with me and would
Well,
not
she
leave
put your
me alone.
mugshots out. Like, that's how
That's
Katie
exactly
looks.
it.
It's
And then she
disgusting.
lied. And then she lied
Yep.
because I do not have a felony, and she knows it. She's the
Yep.
one who started Felony Fancy.
Of course she did.
Oh, really?
This is what
Yes.
she does. If she doesn't get her way with you, if you tell this woman no, she will try and ruin your life. And I'm telling you, Fancy knows
That's
this.
exactly
I
what she
know
did.
this. The reason why I wanted to come up on panel was to ask in the most nicest way I could possible was, Katie, you said in a video that you know who is sending me and my son death threats. You said you know. Can you please tell me? And she didn't even read my question. Instead, she accused me of saying she sent it. That's not what's my question at all. She
Right.
knows. She said she knows who is doing this, yet refuses to tell me. That is cruel.
Yeah,
And
that's not
and
good.
I did do the same thing with Nick Godejohn
Okay, I
because
see
I was
now,
under,
Nikki.
I'm sorry, sweetheart. I didn't mean to not acknowledge you. You're right. You're absolutely right. And I'm sorry that all happened to you. But I wanted to talk about this where they're saying that I did the same thing to Nicholas that Katie Joy is doing. No, that is not the same thing. What happened was I had a limited amount of information going in. And when I approached Bobby Godejohn, because of my relationship with the Blanchard family, Bobby was very obstinate to me. He asked me for $100,000. I mean, it was just amazing, a horrible thing. Okay. But I went to school. I did research. I continued to understand the case files. I looked through everything, and my opinion about whether or not Nick was or was not capable of understanding first degree murder or not changed. Do I think that there's possibility he didn't do this? Yes. Do I think that there's reasonable doubt all over it? Yes. But when I changed on my perspective, I came out and I said exactly why, and I provided proof of the reasoning. Not the same thing.
Yeah.
Hold on, just to get back to what Nikki said. So why did she what happened? What's the backstory there?
I've been receiving death threats and about
That
my
is
son
awful.
and myself. Yeah, like I've been getting them, and it's been a daily thing. Like, I don't know who's doing it. They even signed me up for funeral homes, about 5 of them.
What?
That tells me they
Nikki,
want me dead.
Nikki,
They, he, she, and I
who?
don't know who it is. Now,
Okay,
Katie
Nikki.
said on her YouTube channel that she knows who's sending these death threats because apparently I know this person, she says. And I
Yeah,
went on
they
this
like to say
person's
that.
panel, but she will not fucking tell me who it is.
Nikki,
Oh.
send
Yeah.
everything you have to me and I will help you.
Oh, thank
My
you.
people do
Please,
this.
thank
My
you.
people run this down. I will run it down. And if you are being harassed and stalked and bullied, I will make sure that we expose that because I don't
Oh,
That
stand.
was
thank
criminal.
you.
So
It's
how
beyond.
do you know it what makes it go back, like why does Katie know who it is?
The reason, okay, the death threats and everything I'm getting is from her email.
Oh.
Her
Oh,
tips
So
that her
someone could be spoofing her email or
Yeah, I
something?
don't think that it myself. I don't think it's Katie doing it. I honestly don't think
Right.
I
she's
don't
that
think she's dumb
stupid.
enough to do that. No, I don't think
Yeah,
so.
but the fact that she knows who's doing it and refuses to tell me, it's like she's
I
laughing
get
at me.
it.
Like she just said I was
Oh,
irrelevant. Like, no, I'm not.
no,
You
you're
have
not.
like if you know, you should be telling me this.
I agree with that. I
No,
do.
I agree with you too.
Yeah,
I
and I
didn't know any. I didn't. I have. This is the first time I'm hearing about any of
I'm
this.
sorry. I didn't know
Yeah,
about
I
all
don't know any of this. We got Without a Crystal Ball versus Without a Crystal Ball. We got Misbehaving.
Oh,
Misbehaving, your camera's on if you want to turn your camera off.
Nikki,
Without a crystal ball versus without a crystal ball,
I mean, even
honestly,
based
is a good person. She's been calling out KJ with Katie's own words for years. And all
yes.
she does is literally have Katie's face talking and then
Mhm.
pause it and then have Katie's face talking again, contradicting and lying. That's all she
Nikki,
does.
You've got.
I have never bullied Katie. I have never contacted Katie. So for her to say that I'm
sure
bullying
she thinks
her,
that she probably takes your channel as bullying. You know what I mean?
but it's
'Cause,
just her own videos. Everything, I don't even comment on
right.
my videos. So
I've seen
it's
other
just
channels
she
that do
hates
the
to
same
confront
thing.
herself because she's really is exactly like Gypsy and Dee Dee. I mean, she's a malingerer. She used to con the church for benefits, pretending to be a Christian. So
Right. I don't want to go
yeah,
into all of that. I don't want to go into her personal business, but I get
I
it. I get it.
understand.
Because a
I
lot of
just
people
wanted to clear that
talk
up.
about her kid, and I understand she talks about her kid, but y'all got and not you guys in particular, but there were some comments I had to get rid of because they were a little over the line.
Well, okay. Can I address that for a minute? So Katie wants to come on here. She wants to say all the different things. She wants to say things about Dee Dee or whatever, and she wants to talk about it like it's fact and it's absolutely truthful. Well, when somebody says they think that she has Munchausen by proxy, and it's been all over, that's what people try to say about Katie. She gets very defensive and very angry. So why is it okay for you to sit up here and spread misinformation because you just don't know the truth? But it's not okay for somebody else to say that about you because they see the things that in you that indicate to them that you might have this disorder.
Well, see, I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that.
I'm just
Y'all
saying
can do
how is
that.
the dude's not good for the gander. That's all.
I get it, but I'm not educated enough on her or her story or anything.
Sure.
And I don't plan to be quite honest.
You don't want to do much. Yeah.
I know
wanted to
it's a
come up here
lot,
as
and it's
well.
been going on for years. I just never like deep dove into it, but I mean, that's what I was trying to tell her when she was up here. Like, you got to understand, these people are like, you actually affected them, obviously,
Yeah.
for them to be
She
this
hurt a
upset.
lot of us. Like she
Everybody in the
found him a
anti-KJ
victim.
community was a supporter of KJ.
That's what I thought.
Starlight, she came to me and I literally sent her all the freaking medical records out of Patreon. Like I spent hours trying to get them converted and sent over to her and answered her questions, and she's like, oh my god, this looks like this and that looks like that. I spent all this time knowing that I do not like her on a general level. I do not care for her as a person, but for the truth and misinformation
Exactly.
to stop, I was
That's-
willing to give her a benefit of a doubt. And I'm sorry, you lost that benefit of a doubt. No, you're just like everyone else that just runs around and spreads misinformation. You're just on the other side now.
She
And just
was
okay
so
to know,
happy
like,
that Fancy was getting sued by Gypsy. She was
Oh, she
gloating
was.
and she was calling Fancy the biggest hater of Gypsy.
oh, I
This was
remember,
just like a
'cause
few weeks ago.
I
Mercilessly.
debated doing streams on Katie. I think I might have touched on it a little bit in my earlier streams or whatever, because she was going at Fancy pretty damn hard, and she was simping or whatever you want to call it, for the Blanchards big time.
With
5
no
years.
truth.
She did
With no
slack off on it, but you have to also remember that the 7M cult thing came out too, and she is busy with that.
Well, then, okay, you also have to understand that when I came out about the Banfield show this year, I was like, oh my God, this is the truth. We found out because Christy admitted that she literally did send an email. She showed it in Brandy's live, the email that she sent to Banfield to have me banned from the show. And I came out with that, and KJ immediately went to their defense and started saying that I was personally reaching out to all different media outlets and that we needed to let all media outlets to shut me down because I was a liar. I'd been selling false stories, all of those things. And none of that is true. I hadn't reached out to anybody, not since her release at all, not even before. The last time I had spoken with media was with A&E. Then they contacted me about this, and I did what I said, okay, I'll do this, because we were promoting our book and everything was coming down. So well, I can be a bully, Diana Martinez. Thank you. So I can block you. Fantastic. That way I don't have to bully you or talk about you. All right. So she would immediately started saying that I was trying to do this and that the media needed to box me out. And then I accused her of contacting the Banfield show. And that's when Christy decides she's going to show that she's the one who actually did it because I was upset and blaming Katie. Well, who else was I supposed to blame? You did a whole post about how I'm contacting media when when I wasn't.
Yeah, I don't know.
Oh, good God. Is she really? Is she on live crying on TikTok?
Wait, really?
Jesus fucking Christ. You got to be kidding me.
Because, like, here's my thing. Like, I understand. I've been around the block. I know people that are awful people, and there are channels that are dedicated to outing them, and these people deserve it. I don't know her, but like Laura Perplex, okay, she's a tragedy pimp. Long story short, she was just outed as being a CPS caller. So everyone is, firing their channels out to call her out every chance they get. So when you do things like that, I don't know there's so many people in here right now, and I don't know everyone's story with her. I'm not here to join the anti-K-pop community. I don't
either. I told them I didn't want to be associated with it back in 2019, and I certainly don't want to be associated with
it. They're doing a good job. They don't need me. Like, y'all's channels are thriving. I'm just saying.
They're thriving.
Well, yeah, so I'm not here to like jump on a hate train. Exactly. Like, and there's just people that do that, and unfortunately that's part of the internet. I've had people do it to me. Luckily they left me alone because I didn't give them shit to talk about.
Exactly.
That's what I was going to say. Do you know what I did back in 2018 when she started on the Amber Heard thing?
That's okay, Katie. I'll join you on TikTok.
Oh, she was a fan of Amber.
Make sure that we get the story out there straight.
She was an Amber fan? Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
No, I'm
She
serious.
was on Amber Heard's side?
Oh yeah, until she got
No.
rescued and she had to switch because everyone came after her, including her fans. Oh yeah. She was for Amber.
I only believe that she has switched it up right now. I don't believe any of her story about why she has switched this up. I believe she saw that the train was leaving the station, that the truth train was barreling forward, and she did not want to become collateral damage, and so she flipped. That's it. I don't believe anything else of the story.
I just want to finish what I was saying. That what I did was, when I seen that happening in 2018, I watched her channel for a couple of months, didn't like what I saw, and came away. And I never went back, and to this day I've never gone back, and that's that. End of story. I know about what's like. And I think that's the best way to handle it. If you dislike someone that much, don't watch them.
Yeah.
It's different if you're a creator, right? It's different if you're a creator, and you might have to like either interact with these people or be, and I can appreciate that. But like what Starlight says, it's like, the people that were after you, that you say that came after you didn't give them the response they wanted. Therefore, they probably just didn't. They couldn't do anything. Where did they go from there? Probably nowhere. Do you know what I mean?
Well, I'm nothing compared to certain people. Like this person I'm talking about, Laura Perplexed. She opens her mouth, and it's like, the people that know her, like I do, and other people who call her out. I used to call her out back in the day. It's just what am I trying to say here?
You just didn't react, like you said. You because like I think at the beginning of your videos sometimes there's a
I'm not out here being like a doxer, a CPS caller,
and you're not
that
to the fire, you're
right. And I'm
vehemently going crazy.
Well, I just want to let you guys know, thank you for allowing me to ask her questions. Thank you for allowing me to be up and everything. But I'm going to go ahead and go. We are going to go ahead and do our live. We were trying to figure out what to do, but I came through because
who are you going live with?
Me and Mac.
Okay, because I'm still trying to catch up on what the heck is going on with you and Ryan now. Y'all are back to...
Did you watch the 6-hour live yesterday?
No, I listened to some of it, but I didn't get very far.
It's amazing.
I need to finish it.
Honestly, it's probably one of the best interviews or anything that Ryan and I have ever done together, other than that first night that we did the reenactment on TikTok. When we did that reenactment on TikTok, that was balls to the wall, best thing we ever put out, I can guarantee you. But this was a really, really, really good collaboration between me and her. And I feel like we finally have closure to what everybody was trying to do. And they were literally trying to destroy me and her because they knew we were too strong. Nobody said we're friends. We are cordial. We can have a working relationship, and we can laugh together over the absurdity of how.
I think that's great because I thought the fallout between the two of you was ridiculous.
Yes, they orchestrated
It's
that.
unnecessary. Yeah.
They did
I'm
that.
glad you guys are cordial now. That's good.
It's a distraction.
It's a distraction. It's all been a distraction. This last whole 8 months, when Ryan and I and the rest of us that have been working on exactly who's been doing everything in all of this, you guys are going to be shocked because it's going to come back to a lot of people and you're just going to be blown away. I'm telling you. We are working. We are this close. I mean, we are so freaking close to having every single person in all of this, in the fuckery, running around, doing all of this. And hey, you know what? They ain't going to like me when I put it out. Sorry, not sorry. All right, guys, I'm gonna drop down and run over to my account and
okay, I'm about to get off anyways.
We're just gonna go over there. Nothing specific. We're just gonna talk case. That's all.
Is it gonna be on your YouTube or both?
YouTube. I'm not gonna do TikTok
right
now.
Great.
I might because she's over there, and I kind of want to. I kind of don't want her just rambling. Yeah. So maybe I will go to TikTok and YouTube. I'll be on both.
Why not? Why the hell not?
Well, hold on, before you go, Fancy, what do you think about Bree accidentally recording her conversation with Gypsy?
You mean accidentally on purpose while she looked at the camera 3 times? Yeah.
You think it was a setup?
I do.
Wow.
How do you think Gypsy and Christy?
It's also why I believe the cops were at the house. I do believe the cops were at the house. We have confirmation from reliable neighbors, reliable family members that both Ryan and I speak to. We both know that there were cops called. There was no report filed. There was no call log, which means that nobody called, like Christy didn't call 911. They came out there, and I think it's very interesting that they came out there at the same time that this is all happening. Could it possibly be they were serving a summons or a court appearance? Possibly. And they covered it up by trying to make it into this big thing. So everybody would run to the internet and talk about how Rod had left and there was a big fight and blah, blah, blah. But meanwhile, she's in deep doo-doo with her parole officer. And the more stunts they pull, the more ridiculous they look and the more likely she's to go back to prison. And I think that Christy's banking on it so she can cash in. Allegedly, in my opinion, for education.
Wouldn't you think that Gypsy and Christy would be pretty upset with Bree over that? Like, I would be mad.
Well, you would think. Alrighty, something to chew on, right? Alrighty, guys. I'll talk to you later. See y'all, Vic. Thank you so much for hosting me.
All right. Bye, Fancy.
Bye, Fans.
So I'm on the new headset. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Perfect. Okay. So I'm going to change the subject
Katie's
a little
all
bit.
over. Oh, sorry.
Huh?
I thought
No,
you were just
go ahead. Go ahead.
I'll be quick. I just wanted to say that I'm seeing in the chat that apparently Katie is over on TikTok live, just the bitching about all of us. And to prove my point about what a liar she is, she just told everybody that I'm over here accusing her of crimes. I did not.
Just don't
no, you didn't.
No.
You didn't.
No,
I would
all
have
I
said
did was
something
tell
if you
you guys
did.
the question that I had, and I even said I do not believe Katie is doing this to me. That's not accusing her of crimes, but this is what she does.
Yeah, but everybody. Well, I know that.
I wouldn't allow you to accuse her of crime. It's not what happened. You were telling us that she knew of something and you just didn't understand why she wouldn't tell you about it.
Yeah, that was it. Anyways, I'll get off. I don't want you guys
Lord.
anymore.
Good Lord.
Oh, it's just I need
I subbed to your channel, so. And I subbed to the other channels. I'll try to check them out.
Thank you. I really appreciate that.
Yeah,
I'll admit there's a lot of KJ on there, but that's because what she's doing to me. So I'm always calling her out. It's been going on for almost a year now. Yeah.
Hey, do what you do. It's your channel.
Yeah, gotta put out the truth. That's how I feel anyway.
Yeah, a lot of people do that. A lot of people do.
Yeah. All right, ladies. It was lovely to meet you all, and I'll get down. I'll hop down now.
Nice to meet you too, Nikki. Say hi to Lamb.
Yeah. Hope
Bye.
it works out.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Now, I don't know Katie Joy. I don't know if I just don't want her coming for me. I'm trying to be neutral ground here, Katie. I'm not jumping
Yeah.
on a bandwagon. I mean, people want to tell their stories, and you know, I don't know. The chat was wild, and I feel bad not letting them get to speak.
So
The
many
thing is,
inputs.
like, you know, it was just a conversation. Like everybody's like people like What the Bugs said it, and Neo Prototype said it, and a few others. It's just a conversation, and this is like I said, I've made no bones about the fact that I don't particularly like her, but I can sit and listen to her, and it doesn't necessarily mean that, you know, we've got to get
Right.
that mentality, because it's just we're going to end up like
toxic.
yeah, exactly.
Yes.
It's like we're going to end up eating ourselves.
I'm not looking for a war with anybody.
Exactly.
And I can hear people out.
Exactly, and it doesn't necessarily mean that you co-sign them or agree with them or
No,
whatever.
not it.
You
No,
just
and
that.
that's
Yeah.
We
you
were
know
just
that
having a fucking conversation. It's just
right, but people will do that. They'll be like, "Oh, you like this
You
person
turn
now,
total-
and you support this person now."
Yeah,
And
I
I
know.
don't know Katie Joy enough to say anything. I really don't. I
And you
just have.
haven't. And you haven't. You've not said
Mm-mm.
anything. You've not said anything at all. You've actually just sat mostly and
Yeah.
listened. And that's what pisses me off. People, oh, guilty by association. No, stop that. Grow up.
Yes.
Come on.
Yes.
Yeah, I know a lot of people were, you know, I've heard, like, why was Starlight on her panel? And I'm like, I don't know, it was a perfectly fine panel that I saw, you know.
Starlight didn't ask her to come up. She asked Starlight, can I come up? Do you know what I mean?
Right. And Starlight was on Katie's live.
I
the
knew
other
people were gonna lose their shit though, and they did.
And I'm like,
Hey, Patty.
to me, and I was like, it was fine. You know, I mean, Starlight just stood her. Starlight was Starlight, and she was just having a conversation with her. It wasn't like, oh, she's, you know, now joined Katie Joy's team.
Here we go. I've been mean to KJ for years, but I still want to hear the tea. See?
There you go. There you go. Well done, Natalie. Exactly. Well said. Well put. And that's how it works, and that's how it should work, because we shouldn't be infighting, because
no,
not
we're all in the same boat. Really, it's like, you know, and this boat is tipping. It already tipped, and people fell overboard.
Bro and
I'm muted.
our henchmen, they'll all be loving it. Do you know? You're giving
Exactly.
them you're
What
giving
they
them
want.
Exactly. Yeah.
I'm new to all this, but it's very high school.
Yeah, we never get out of high school.
Well, no, the cat fights are silly. There's no reason for that to happen.
It is, isn't it? It's like, oh, come on.
But can we change the subject?
Like, I get both sides of it. I get both sides because like I said, I know people that dedicate their channels to calling people out. I mean, right now you could say I do that about Gypsy. My channel is about calling her out.
Yeah.
So like I mean it's just, and like I've listened to, since she's in here, I've listened to Down the Rabbit Hole at Bedtime in particular, and her story with Katie Joy, and she has every right to be angry and mad and want to say no. You see what I'm saying? Like, I get both sides.
Yeah, can I just reply to the rabbit woman?
Yes.
Yes, I do care very much, because I remember the incident, because I'm autistic. I remember the incident where she was
Oh,
on
I didn't even read
camera.
that part of it. My bad,
Yeah,
Apple.
yeah, real life. Yeah, of course I do. Because I remember that incident where that woman that had autism had sensory problems, and KJ was eating M&Ms. I don't know if anybody will remember this, because it was about 5 years ago, and it was upsetting the lady that had autism, and she kindly asked, "Do you mind not doing that?" Now it was a request. Okay, Katie could have said yes or no. End of. She could have just been very, like matter of fact about it. But what she did is she took an M&M, came closer to the camera, and crunched down on it even harder, and then went on about it for about a week. And I thought that poor woman ended up being subject to bullying, and became a nervous wreck. So yes, I do care. But what you're not understanding, that's not what I'm saying about tea. It's not about bloody tea. Grow up, man.
Right.
It's not about the tea. It's about having a conversation regardless. But yeah, I don't agree. I don't agree with doxing. I don't agree with
No.
interfering with people's
Yeah, that's criminal.
children, CPS, work. None of that needs to happen.
I didn't
That's
take
not
that
what.
from what you said at all. No.
No, exactly. No, exactly. I would, and I'm sorry that she did that to you. But when I realized what she was like, I was just like, okay, I'm going to stay clear because
That's how I've been for years. That's why when all of this started happening, I'm like, never in a million years
But
would
I
I
can
have
still be
thought
part.
that I
I can
would
still,
have a collision with Katie Joy Paulson. I
yeah, I
never
can
thought
still
that
be
was going to
cordial to
happen.
the person, though. Do you know what I mean? You didn't have to like someone to be like
Right.
liked.
Right.
Manners cost nothing, and that's all I'm saying. You know, and look what's happening because there's an uproar because somebody that is a polarizing character, like I said, came on the panel, wanted to come on the panel. So yeah, it's not about tea. I'm sorry about what happened to you. That's ridiculous, and I don't agree with it at all. Just like
No.
I didn't agree with that poor autistic woman, you know, getting bullied and mocked and made fun of. Because
See, I didn't know about any of that.
oh, it was horrible. It was really awful. There was no need for it, none at all. And that's not even the worst of it. But never mind. It's all in the past, and that's where I want to keep like you know. I've got my views. There's a couple of creators that I know that do videos on her, and we all kind of know each other. So, like Haiti Joyless and Llama Girl helps Nikki out, and she's from
See,
the
I
UK.
don't. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not worth. It's really not worth. I mean, if I was a creator, I would do what you did because that was the polite thing to do. I'd let her up and let her speak, but she didn't offend anybody on the panel tonight anyway. I don't think.
No, I didn't feel offended. I mean, I did have a question for her because she seemed, you know, when we talked to her a week ago, she seemed to think Gypsy was still a victim of medical abuse, and tonight she was kind of saying she doesn't think she was. So with that,
No, she doesn't. She's been talking about that lately.
She was.
Yes. So I was
without a crystal ball versus without a crystal ball. Thank you. I just got what you sent me, and I really appreciate that. You didn't have to do that. Thank you.
Down the rabbit, you're very welcome. I think that I didn't know that about your job, and I know that you probably studied very hard to get to that point and to get to that position. So no, I don't think I think that's abhorrent what happened to you. So no, but at the end of the day, you know, I am still capable of, you know, just not being a dictator, basically. You know, like, because what is that going to achieve?
Yeah.
Got to give some, like, I don't know. I just don't like it. I mean, oh. I know, I don't. I've said I'm just going to be repeating myself at this point.
Apple, where are you from?
Scotland. Or Australia. Australia is morbid. I think.
So. Yeah. Morbid doesn't know.
Yeah, Scotland. Yeah.
So actually, the reason I wanted to join is because I have a few questions for you guys, and I don't know if you can answer. And I love everybody. I don't know why anybody's hating on anybody, but I'm neutral to all that. But
I
curious.
just before you start, real quick, I've got to mute myself. I've got to do something real quick, but I'm gonna let you go ahead and talk. Okay? I won't be able to hear.
Okay.
Okay.
That's all right. Okay. I just have a question. I'm wondering, does anyone know why Gypsy has not had a paternity test? Is there?
Has not had a what? A paternity?
Why hasn't she done it yet?
I don't know. I'm not educated in when you can have one in utero.
Well,
how far along do you have to be?
I'm an ultrasound tech.
Oh.
Which is why I wanted to join. Yeah. So you can have a paternity test as soon as 7 weeks.
Okay.
And basically it takes the blood from the mother, and then you can like secretly squab the fathers, but I assume both of them would be willing to do that. So I don't understand why they haven't done that yet.
I don't either.
Okay.
Because they keep saying the baby has to be born. I'm like, no, they can tell.
Bullshit.
Right.
Yeah,
No.
really
Yeah.
interesting.
And
Could
someone
you?
else said in chat today, because I keep asking, I was watching Morbid the other night too, but someone said, oh, well, it involves an amniocentesis, which is really painful. No, it doesn't. It's something called an NIPP. It's a non-invasive pregnancy paternity,
Mm-hmm.
and it can be done at 7 weeks. So what are they waiting for? I think,
I don't know.
well, I could tell you, I think it's because Gypsy knows it's not Ken's.
Mm.
Ah.
That's my thought process.
Yeah,
Or
that's
you're
And then go ahead.
no. I was just saying that's a bit.
no, go
Like
ahead,
the
Sean. Sorry.
yeah. Also, I wanted to ask you, since you are an ultrasound technician, did you say you were an ultrasound technician, or is it?
Yes,
Yeah, yeah.
no. I
So
don't
what?
really specialize in prenatal, but I can probably answer a few
Oh,
questions
right.
about
Yeah,
that.
so it's quite, I think it's probably quite a simple question. Can you tell? Sorry, let me rephrase it. What's the earliest you would be able to tell the sex of the child? And this is a personal thing. Like, this is not nothing to do with Gypsy.
Oh, the sex of the child, honestly, I don't know, but I could look it up. But for example, the video that Psycho Mom was filming,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I have major issues with all that because for one, you're in a clinic and they don't have proper ultrasound machines,
Mm-hmm.
for one. And for
No, it's
two,
yeah.
go ahead.
No, it's just that
Um,
I'll just
She was in
briefly.
a clinic. She was. What do you?
I feel like it was all for show.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'll just briefly explain, and I don't want, like, obviously I'm not doing this for attention or anything or sympathy. No, the reason I asked is because when I was in my 20s, I had a miscarriage at 12 weeks, but they didn't tell me. The hospital, because it's the NHS, I don't know if it's different when you have to pay for healthcare, but the NHS, they never told me, and I always wondered, I've always wondered, would they have been able to tell at 12 weeks what the sex would have been? And it's just something that, not worried about, I wondered about, and I've always wondered.
Yeah, I
well,
just
I could,
think it's too early at that point.
Yeah, probably.
yeah, I think it's more like 14 to 18 weeks, but I'm not 100% sure on that because
No,
I don't like doing OB stuff. But I
I-
can tell you that anyone that comes in for a first trimester ultrasound, you can see at 4.5 to 5 weeks, you can see the gestational sac on ultrasound.
mhm.
And if you can't see
Yeah,
it transabdominally, you do transvaginal.
yeah.
And you
Okay. Yeah.
always do transvaginal unless the patient refuses it. So I don't understand why they didn't, well, they didn't even have a proper ultrasound machine. Like none of that made sense.
Yeah.
And, and we always wear gloves, always.
Right. Sir Morbid was really grossed out by that. That was weird. I don't think I've been to
So
a doctor or any kind of medical facility in
that
years
has
where they
a
don't have gloves.
that has a handheld machine too. Like that's something you buy for personal use, not in a clinic.
Yeah, that was
And
weird. They never did
well,
that to me.
okay, I digress because if it's like an emergency type situation, or if they're out in the field, they'll have handheld stuff like that. But I've never seen that in a clinic. So, but anyway, by 4.5 to 5 weeks, they could have seen the gestational sac, but the
Mhm.
ultrasound tech was saying like we can't see anything. And then usually by like I want to say 8 or 9 weeks, you can see the flutter and hear the heartbeat. And I don't know far along was she in that video?
We don't
Not
know.
very far.
No.
11 weeks, was it 11? Or am
I
I just?
don't know because that was in those ultrasound pictures, and they said in the video she wasn't far enough along for one.
Of course.
But there's no such thing as not far enough along for one. I mean, not far along enough maybe to hear a heartbeat, but by like
She
four and
said
a half
for a
to 5.
sonogram
No, see, that's a lie.
because they can stick it up your hoo-ha.
Yeah. It's sad.
Well, yeah, and not even that. Yeah, like 4.5 weeks, you can see a gestational sac. So there's no like you're not
Well,
far enough along.
that's about what it looked like in those pictures in their maternity shoot, and if you zoom in, it's
I
like nothing there.
something there.
I
Yeah.
tried, yeah, I tried zooming in. I couldn't see enough because I was curious about that myself. But the other thing I wanted to talk to you guys about, because I was watching Morbid the other night and you guys were all on there. He's talking about, and he's already set up doing a live with Ken.
Yes.
And I guess the first hour he's gonna work or talk to Ken himself, but then he said, you know, he's gonna find a way to submit where other people can submit questions for the second
Yes.
hour, and then the third hour he'll let you guys, you know, have your time to ask questions. But he also mentioned people donating to a certain cause. And I
Yeah,
know
we
he's
were
go ahead.
brainstorming about what cause to donate to.
Okay, and I totally disagree with Munchausen because
I agree. I do too.
that's not have anything to do with Gypsy. She's
No.
yeah. But I'm wondering, would we maybe donate to Nick's legal team
You know,
I don't
so he can get better counsel?
I don't think that he
they want it.
has that kind of thing set up. All I know about is his spot fund, and then I've heard things about the spot fund. I think they should just do something like Habitat for Humanity or the Make a Wish
So,
organization, the Oli Foundation, who they ripped off, the Children's Wish Endowment. I could go on and on at the charities they've ripped off.
yeah,
Yeah.
I know, but I just feel so bad for Nick because he was
I do.
I do
Oh yeah,
200%,
too. I do
totally.
he
too.
was groomed. Yeah, he's groomed and thrown away like garbage, just
I
like
don't even know
Stevie.
if there's a possibility to even get him a good legal team, to be honest. It's
Yeah.
I hate to say that, but it's just the truth.
Not even if we created a fund
I
for
don't know.
that.
Contact Jose Baez. I think that's who he needs. Just saying.
do,
No, I don't
honestly.
know. From what
Well,
I
the other,
understand, that Nick has a team around him. I say team, a group of people. I don't know who they are, but they're not making very good decisions for him right now.
Mm-mm.
that's what worries me.
Yeah. So
Well,
we
Um,
can donate
yeah,
money for a legal fund, but who do we donate it to? You know?
right. If there is no fund, I mean, it's because he's still with a oh my God, I'm sorry, a court appointed attorney. You know, it's he's still his attorney is still working for the state too.
Yeah.
So
well, the other thing I'm wondering is, I know Becca mentioned that the investigation was still ongoing when they gave Gypsy her plea deal.
oh yeah.
So with an appeal, would she be able to talk to those investigators and bring up all the evidence that they found that would be against Gypsy and more for Nick? 'Cause I think Nick,
Well, they could, but she just can't get recharged again. I mean,
I
they
understand
you know,
that, but in order
yeah,
to
they could
help Nick
subpoena her. Yeah, I mean, they could.
and then make the world realize that she's a fucking liar and the devil's, the devil.
I just
Yeah.
I wish someone like, for example, like if we were able to raise enough awareness and get it to someone that's like I don't necessarily like Joe Rogan, but that kind of sort of like platform where where they could potentially, if it was something they agreed with, they could sort of like make create more awareness for, and then maybe that would get the ball rolling. I don't know. I've been trying to brainstorm and think about, because
Well,
I'm not a
that's
fan. Yeah, I'm
It's a
not
hard
very.
thing to
that's
do. We need the Dixie Chicks. Who are those
Yeah,
people that help out the West Memphis
we
Three?
need Johnny Depp.
Yeah, we need those guys.
We need all
Yeah.
that team. But
well,
but that's
that's the other thing.
Mr.
Go ahead.
Jackson. But the thing is they make it's as if Nick doesn't want it. Do you know what I'm saying? That's
Mhm.
that's how they portray it. Like he's really not looking for help.
Yeah.
So I don't
Mhm.
know how to approach that. There's just no
Well,
one.
Kim Kardashian's all about helping people. Wouldn't that be a nice slap in Gypsy's
Yeah,
face?
somebody has access to her also, Gypsy.
Yeah, what about Nick? What about me?
Mm-hmm.
It's beyond like that interview that and sadly I wasn't on the panel that night because I missed it. But I did watch the replay because I always watch replays if I miss it because of the time difference. And it was when Nick was on the phone, but you couldn't hear the questions.
The
But
questions.
yeah. And I was
Yeah.
sitting here like heartbroken, honestly listening to it and thinking, but especially when he was saying, "Oh, I'll always love her" and stuff,
Oh.
and I was just like, "Oh my
Yeah,
god!"
so
It was,
indoctrinated.
I know. It
Well,
was.
I mean, she manipulated Ryan the same way. Like
I
Ryan's
know.
still like that, so it's disgusting. And I
It
don't
was.
think Kim will last long, but
Hey, Jay.
Hi, Jay.
so
I think a rabbit hole is gonna. I feel weird saying that because it sounds dirty. Rabbit hole wants to come up and say something about the Nick stuff, so I'm gonna let her come up, and then I'm gonna end this because it's almost 4 hours. Lord have mercy. But I'm gonna mute for a second because I gotta get up and do something.
Cool.
Talk amongst yourselves. Oh,
I-
here's rabbit hole.
Okay.
Hi. So
Hi, Rabbit.
Hello.
everyone, thank you for
Hiya.
letting me know.
Nice to meet you. Yes.
It did sound really dirty.
Rabbit hole.
Yeah.
Better than Kim's dirty hole.
So
I
I just wanted to say,
Yes.
Yes.
okay. So I just wanted to come on and say,
Oh, you're cutting out, or is it just me?
No, I
No,
lost
I
her.
think she's on a lag.
okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So I just wanted, hello to everyone. Thank you for having me on. I just wanted to say, are you guys aware of Nick's YouTube page and Facebook page,
The
NPG Cornerstone?
Yes, I watched all that. Mm-hmm.
Okay,
I'm
great.
not, but
Okay, so I'm just, I've talked about it on my channel. I just was on another panel about this last night. I have a child who is the most amazing child, the most amazing kid. He's diagnosed with autism. And so I'm heavily interested and invested in changing the laws in this country to recognize when someone has a mental illness or if they have a neurodiversity. There should be some acknowledgement of that by the court system, right? So I'm very interested. Yeah, I'm very interested in Nick's case. I don't know if you guys know that I've lived like all over the world, so I've seen like a lot of countries do it differently. So I would really like right now. Nick is at he's kind of in a stalemate, in my opinion, and there's not a lot for him to do other than there to be changes in his state, the state that he's imprisoned in Missouri. So anyway, the point being, I like to check out Cornerstone Nation. It's NPG Cornerstone Nation. I know some of you have said you're not sure about some of the people that are trying to help him, but I think any help is better than nothing at this point because he also
the last video that they did, I think, was very helpful.
Yes. So that's what I wanted to mention is that Nick is asking people to write the senator in Missouri, and they gave information about how to write and to talk about, requesting a pardon for him. Now, I have my own opinions on whether or not I think that will work, but I just want to support Nick in any way I can, and that's what he's asking for. So I wanted to come up and say that and say you guys should check out the YouTube page and the Facebook group, because my other favorite thing about it is that Nick just got involved in the it's like puppies for prison or something.
Oh, really?
And he's raising Yeah, he's raising a dog with his like his cellmate. Yeah, he has like a roommate that's a cellmate.
Okay.
And the two of them get to raise a dog, train it, and put a lot of like love and time into the animal so that it can be adopted. And so it's a dog from the pound who has really like negative behaviors and no one's been able to adopt that dog. And Nick is going to make like a big difference in the life of this animal. I love that program. I'm happy for Nick. I think checking out those pages is kind of a good way to just, see what we can do little by little. So thank you.
Group?
It's the same thing.
MPG? Okay.
MPG Cornerstone Nation. And that's where I always see all the posts about the dog. I try not to like show it too much on my channel because they do say they prefer for people to go to his channel and see it.
Yeah.
But I find it like really cool to see like that he's participating in this program, and there are ways to send him like small amounts of money for his commissary, and at this point in time that's all I really can do. So I'm there for it.
Hear about this kind of stuff, so I'm glad you're telling me. Only knew about his YouTube. I didn't know that there were actually updates on him and stuff.
Wait, I know that in the UK we have laws. Sorry, we have laws that cover something called coercive control, which would, if it had, like, you guys, I don't think you have it, but because of the Micah Miller case, I think that's what's trying to be implemented, is this coercive control law that we have in the UK. Because I watched this guy called The Tilted Lawyer. His name's Omar, and he was talking about it, and it's basically that if, like, for example, because Gypsy was the mastermind and he's at a disadvantage and he's vulnerable, and because he has cognitive impairment and he's learning difficulties, etc., it would work in his favor because he would have been coercively controlled to do what he did. I mean, obviously he still did what he did if you whatever, but you know what I mean. That's something that, like, I think they're working on due to the Micah Miller case, because they're trying to say, well, he is like that JP, the Paul guy, whatever his face, he is technically responsible. That he has to be held accountable to a point because of the abuse that she suffered at his hands, etc. So it would have worked in Nick's favor. I don't know if it would still now at this point, but initially, like, I mean, he just had the worst, like, legal team ever. But I don't know if something like that could be implemented.
Yeah, for sure. Thank you, Apple, because that's so I just spoke last night to someone from Australia, and I think it's the same in the UK. You can correct me if I'm wrong, but Australia also implements, like, they have a special ward, like a special separate prison that will house people who maybe have some kind of need, that they should not be housed with general population. They should be in an institution, and there may be some general population people there, but it's specifically for people who need intensive therapy, who need other kinds of intervention. And I don't know what's going on with Nick right now. I don't know him personally, but I absolutely believe that there's some level, most likely, of needing intensive intervention and intensive help beyond what a neurotypical person would need. And I don't know, you guys probably aren't aware, but so my background is that I've been a psych nurse for a long time in an institute for children who have committed sex crimes. So these are very young children who have committed sex crimes, and they're being held in an institution. And I've learned so much from this type of work, right? I mean,
I'm sorry, but haven't you done it all over the world as well?
Yes. Now, I haven't worked in that kind of an institution anywhere but the United States, but I've been a nurse in many different countries.
Yes.
So, and here in the United States, when I worked like on this child sex offender unit, I really learned that almost all of these kids, these vulnerable people, they were abused before they ever abused anyone else. And when you come to learn about their background, I just find
you're echoing.
I don't know why. But anyway, when I come to learn about their background, I realize that like these kids deserve, and I think Nick can fall into that. A lot of people fall into this category. They deserve a chance. They deserve intervention. They deserve an opportunity to become something different. And a lot of people don't see that because they're not there at their bedside in the dark.
Oh no!
I just think about stuff like that, and it's important to me, and that's why I've always been very interested in Gypsy's case. So I just wanted to say that I'm with all of you who support Nick. It's important, and it's important. So
absolutely, it's a tragedy what happened.
Yeah, can you tell me what his YouTube channel is?
I put it in the chat. I'll do it again.
Oh, I'm not looking at the chat, but okay, I can go back. And then, do we know who the governor of that state is?
Of
Do you have
Missouri.
information on that?
He gives you all of the information on his YouTube and Facebook. Like he tells you who to write to, how to do all of it, just so you know.
Awesome. Okay. I will definitely do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, thank you guys. I don't want to take up any more time.
It's fine. I'm about to end this, and I'm glad we can end it on that note.
Yeah,
Yes.
thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I've been watching your channel for a long time.
Yeah, me too.
Thank you guys. Have a great day. Thank you for everything.
You too.
Bye.
Take care.
All right, guys. I am worn out.
Yeah.
I don't know how Morbid does it. I appreciate every one of you coming up. Thank you so
for
much.
having us.
Yeah, thank you
Yes.
for having me. I really appreciate it. I do.
Thank you.
See what
Thank you for
happens
letting
after
me
this.
in despite not knowing me.
No, for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, you guys are awesome.
It's nice to meet anyone,
Thank
really.
you for coming up. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah,
we're all in the same boat.
Yeah,
Right.
for sure.
Yeah, we try to be.
Although I was gonna say, although I won't get into all the petty hatred that, oh my gosh, that chat. I was like, there's so much hate in here. What's going on?
I know, it was off the wall.
We love you. I just couldn't even, it was going so fast. I couldn't even see.
Either. I just was like, oh God, people are losing it. Lord.
Yeah.
You didn't miss anything. Yeah. All right. Well, thank you.
All right,
So
well,
nice
thank
to
you.
talk to you, ladies. Have a great
Nice
night.
You too.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Bye-bye.
Yeah.
Nicole and Apple, pleasure as always. I appreciate you more than you know.
Oh no, we love
Thank
it.
you. I needed you guys on this one.
Oh,
Yeah.
I know, and I'm sure I'm gonna get more DMs going. What were you doing?
I know, right? I'm just waiting for the
I'm sorry. I'm just trying to have a conversation with people. It doesn't mean that I'm
exactly.
Right, as you said, we're not braiding each other's hair.
Exactly. Don't read too much into it, people.
It's really not that deep. It's really
It's not worth your effort or your energy. There's far more pressing things that that you should be focusing on.
I will say that, right. I mean, really, we should have been talking about Nick's butthole. Really. I mean, that's what's important.
Kins,
his dirty asshole. That was really what I've been wanting to talk about. That's what I came here for. And all of a sudden, things got deep. Real, like deeper than his asshole.
Hopefully, we can go there next time.
Yeah. We title it
Not
that.
physically.
Nick and his dirty butthole thoughts.
Oh man. All right. Well, I'm out of here.
Thank you. All right, girl. Well, I'm sure we'll be talking for
much. Oh, we will. Yes, for sure. Get unbanned from your TikTok.
Yeah. Love you both, guys. I hope
love you so much. Yeah. All right. I'll see you guys later and play my little outro, and then I'm out of here. Thank you so much. Bye. Everyone in the chat, thank you for behaving or not behaving, and riding out the storm.
Thank you. Yeah.
Yes, I'm out of here. I'll see you guys later. Bye. A disclaimer that I don't have all that much time today. Got a little bit of time today.
This beat is going to drop in 4, 3, 2, 1.
fair game, right? Bye, everybody.